Additionally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well. We are rocking and rolling today. We're going to be at Caneswear in Davie today. I'm on my way, actually, to Caneswear in Davie. We are going to get ready for the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. By the way, Alan Poupar is going to join us at noon with the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins report. We got a lot of things to talk about at 10 o'clock when the boys are done. When they're done talking Heat and NBA, we are going to be talking a lot about the Hurricanes, a lot about the Dolphins, even though they're on the bye week. We'll be talking some Heat since they get back in action, taking on Milwaukee. We got Panthers losing in a shootout. At least they picked up a point on that road trip starting off in St. Louis. So we got a lot of things to talk about. I got a bunch of stories nationally, too, that I want to go over. Some funny ones, some twisted ones, all kinds of stuff. Sean Stanley and myself, we're going to be live out there at Caneswear starting off. Well, Sean's already live there at Caneswear right now. I'll be there for the 10 o'clock start. And we'll bring the boys on now. We'll get Ira and Clay on here, and we'll do a little crossover and get the boys ready for a little Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. Yeah, there's Ira trying to sneak through the border there. There we go. Now he's free. He's free. Good morning, Ira. How are you doing, sir?
I'm just keep your eyes on the road. Don't worry about how I'm doing. I'm doing fine.
Eyes are on the road. Don't worry about it. The phone is facing the street, so we're good. The eyes are on the road.
I got to be honest with you. I have written obits for several famous South Florida people just in case. I have not written my big O obit yet, so stay safe today on the way to Caneswear.
Yes, no doubt. Plus, this is only a really quick hit here just to kind of get you guys going. By the way, where is Mr. My internet is always dropping Clay Ferraro? Where the hell is he right now?
You know what? We were a little bit late getting the links today, so I'm sure he'll be on. So I'm sure once we get to the show itself, plenty to talk about, plenty of injuries to talk about. But based on the fact that your car is actually moving, I assume you're not on the Palmetto.
No, not yet. Not yet. Anyways, I'll be using mostly Turnpike to get there and I-75. So I'm actually pretty fortunate. I don't have to deal with
you know what? And I actually sometimes have to swing wide to go to Heat games, and I'll do that also. Even though you go so far out west, it's actually quicker than dealing with the damn Palmetto.
Oh,
so
yeah. That's my favorite part about Acura Pembroke Pines. I get to use Chrome and then the back end of Pembroke Pines. So I never even deal with any kind of traffic whatsoever. That's a beautiful thing. Ira, the injury stuff going on with Butler, how bad is it with Butler? Do we know?
I think he'll miss additional time, not just tonight's game against the Bucks. I think he needs a couple more games. You know what? To Jimmy's credit, he pushed to come back as soon as he could. He realized without Bam, they needed him. So I think that was a good thing. Then he actually had the one spot he couldn't get hurt on. He gets hurt 5 minutes into the game when he gets knocked down on a hard foul, which is part of it. Nothing flagrant there. I would expect him to not only miss tonight's game against the Bucks, but to miss Saturday's game, unfortunately, against the Bulls. That's where he got injured 2 Saturdays ago against Chicago when he came down on a hard landing after going for a rebound. And then you hope he's on the team flight on Sunday to Cleveland because they've got a 4-game trip coming up. They go to Cleveland next Monday, then to Philly, then to Orlando, then to Detroit. So it's a tough start. So, when you look at this team's next 4 games, tonight against Milwaukee, Saturday against Chicago, Monday against the much improved Cleveland Cavaliers, and Wednesday against Joel Embiid coming around for the Sixers, it's a tough spot. There is a chance I could be talking to you and Clay a week from today about a Heat team at 500 or below. It's just sort of the way the injuries have shaken out for this team.
You know, as time goes on, I wonder if Markieff Morris will ever think about taking cheap shots ever again, because he has paid heavily for a cheap shot.
You know what? And that's his reputation, and that's why there was only a 1-game suspension for Jokic. And maybe if you don't get into those situations, you don't wind up in this situation. So, yeah, I agree. I think it's a lesson learned that there was no need for that take foul. The Heat were down 20 November 8th in Denver. You just take your loss and you move forward. But, man, this thing's going on forever. And the fact that he shot on the main court before last game and Eric Spoelstra was angry, you know the one thing about Heat, they don't want to bring back players too early, and they hate talking about injuries. So I highly doubt tonight, before they play the Bucks on both Bally Sports Sun and ESPN, we see Markieff Morris out there again. I think he's getting closer, but I think he also needs a full practice with the team. That opportunity should come on Friday.
When we talk about Bam, apparently successful surgery, all of that, 4 to 6 weeks. Talk to us a little bit about this rehab process. What's he going to go through?
You know, it's funny because it's just a thumb. So it's not like he's going to be lifting weights with his thumb. Like, oh, he's up to 6 ounces, now 8 ounces. You know, there's 2 things here. And, you spoke to me about this. Remember Bam's knee injury and how swollen it was and how he needed time? And you said, I would give the guy the time, get him ready for the second half of the season. So, I guess there is a silver lining right here that at least Bam gets to rest that troublesome knee. They had the surgery. Rare is the Heat to come out and give an early end of something. So when they said 4 to 6 weeks, I would expect 6 weeks to be the absolute outside, because they know you're going to start asking after those 4 weeks. You know what? If it's 4 weeks and he comes back after the Heat's West Coast trip, you still have more than half the season left. There'll be plenty of time to make up ground. Like I told you yesterday in the Accurate Pembroke Pines report, this team has gone 30-11 over the second half of the season before, so they certainly can have that in them as well.
Sorry, that's the one thing, the puzzle that, and listen, we've seen Spo being tested over and over the years, whether from the Big 3 era, then the blood clot era, then the reserves that got.
No, I totally get it, and I totally understand, how you have to push yourself and find yourself.
To try to make up for that defense that you're missing from Bam and Jimmy, and even a little bit from Markieff, but then also the leadership and the scoring and all of that, in a way for him to find a balance to be good offensively and defensively right now. This is one hell of a challenge for him.
It absolutely is. And you know what? And it might come with a bunch of losses that you don't really want to get into that situation. But if you have to, look, I'd rather it comes early. I'd rather it comes when the Heat's on the road and not wasting a bunch of good, winnable home games. So you sort of take your lumps early. You hope the COVID thing doesn't come to bite you like it has so many teams around the league. You make up your ground late. The Heat have been very good with the COVID thing. They've really told their players, hey, don't mess around with this. We need you on the court. And you know what? You get a couple of freak injuries that happens. Bam didn't go out and say, I'm going to hurt my thumb. Jimmy didn't say, I'm going to jump really hard and land on my tailbone. This is not the kind of thing where guys are putting themselves in reckless spots, except maybe, like you said, with what Markieff Morris did when he got into a scrap that he simply did not have to do. And yeah, you bet, Big O, they miss him a lot.
Right now, as Heat fans, who should we expect? Obviously Kyle Lowry's got to step up because he's a veteran. But out of the young guys, what's realistic? Who are we supposed to demand and say, come on, man, this is your time now. These guys are out. You've got to carry the responsibility. Who would you put that burden on?
I don't think you can put it on any of these guys because I don't think these guys signed up for this or are ready for this, Big O. No, Max Strus never said, I'm ready for a major starting role. Gabe Vincent never said, hey, I'm going to be an 82-game rotation player. Certainly Omar Yurtsevin, after Summer League, still needed room for growth. So guys are being put at an elevated level to where they need to be or they should be right now. So, again, I think what Eric Spoelstra says, and we've seen some comments from him like this already, don't try to be more than you are. Don't try to overreach. Play within yourself. Be who you are. Do what you do best. There'll be other guys here to help you out. And if not, be your best self. But, we've spoken. Max Strus has even said, I can't be Duncan Robinson. I don't want to be. Gabe Vincent, the same thing. I'm not Kyle Lowry. I'm not Jimmy Butler. Play within yourself. Be your best you, so we know at the end of the season what players need to be or what they aren't, and then we go from there.
All right, folks, get ready for the next hour till 10 a.m., baby. It is all Miami Heat and NBA talk with the Palette Rack City Inside the Paint show. That is next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Palette Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Palette Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Palette Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Palette Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Palette Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Well, perhaps it only makes sense that with the Miami Heat shorthanded, we start the show shorthanded as well. We know about Clay and his issues with his internet. We won't name his providers. We'll leave that up to someone else. But look, there's plenty to talk about today on our Palette Rack City Inside the Paint show. Obviously, it starts with the Heat injuries, who's in, who's out. And I know a lot of folks out there might have an interest beyond the actual final score as far as who's playing for the Heat tonight against Milwaukee and going forward. So I think we'll start today with a look at the injury report. And yes, you can sort of look at it as half empty. I think right now it's difficult to talk about the situation in terms of half full. So tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks, we know that Bam Adebayo is out, and he's going to be out at least another 4 to 6 weeks. He underwent his thumb surgery in Los Angeles on Monday. I checked with the Heat and I said, this timetable, is it from when he got hurt a week ago at home against Denver, or is it now from when the surgery was? They said it's from the surgery. So a 4 to 6 week timetable for Bam Adebayo keeps him out at least 20 games from when he was injured. That would put him back about mid-January in a game against Atlanta after the Heat's West Coast trip, a trip that starts in San Antonio, goes to Houston, then Sacramento, Golden State, Portland, and Phoenix. And no, not the kind of games you want to be without your leading man in the middle. That's going to be tough enough. If it is a 6 week absence for Bam Adebayo from Monday's surgery in Los Angeles, you're looking at late January, a home game against the Knicks, maybe missing as many as 27 games. Talking then about, of course, a third of the season. You're obviously not in the situation you want to be, having to rely that much on Dwayne Dedmon. But at least we know there was the surgery, there is a timetable. And like I said to Big O on our crosstalk earlier today, at least the Heat's not going to come out and give us an early timetable. They're not going to push it. So if they say 2 weeks, we're going to ask 2 weeks in 1 day, 2 weeks in 2 days, because that's what we do. You want to find out. The fact they said 4 to 6 weeks leads me to believe the best hope would be the 4 weeks, that they even put it out there. But I think you can be pretty confident that that 6 week timetable, if there are no setbacks, should be fine. Again, Bam can work on his conditioning. It's not his lower body like they talk about hockey and injuries. So he can do all that work. He can work on his offhand. Who knows? Maybe he comes back with a left-hand hook or something like that. He'll be around the team as much as possible. They're not going to put that thumb at risk. So let's say at worst, you're talking about late January, which really in the NBA season, number one is about midseason. Number two, and this is important, comes ahead of the February 10th trading deadline. So there still should be time, at least a couple of weeks, where he can sit back and say, okay, we're back whole, they hope, with Bam Adebayo now. What do we need or what don't we need? What have we learned or what haven't we learned? So, of course, no Bam Adebayo tonight against Milwaukee. And then I think we all had the sense when you looked at that game on Monday at FTX Arena against the Memphis Grizzlies, you knew Jimmy Butler was going to miss time. He missed the 4 games with that bruised tailbone. He came back on Monday and 5 minutes into the game, not necessarily a hard foul, but he took a hard fall. And you can see ever since he got up in that game, he wasn't the same player. One point he tried to dunk, he came down, he grimaced. And this is sort of the push-pull we always talk about. So many fans out there will say, hey, if you can walk, if you can give us something, get out there, give us something. Jimmy tried that. Maybe he even tried too hard. And so you wind up in a situation now where he misses additional time. This is the right play. He walked off the court in the third quarter of that game, went to the locker room, not to be seen since, and that's fine. You have to get him right. Like Big O says, there are games that mean something now, but there are games that are far more important later in the season. I would suspect, based on what I've been told, Jimmy, of course, misses tonight's game. He's been ruled out against the Bucks. Bally Sports Sun, ESPN tonight at FTX Arena. I think he very well might miss Saturday's game against the Bulls. Ironically, the team he was hurt against on Saturday night when they finished this 3-game homestand. Hopefully not a winless homestand. And then it gets interesting because the Heat will take flight on Sunday. They play next week, 4-game road trip, Monday in Cleveland, Wednesday in Philadelphia, Friday in Orlando, the following Sunday from when they leave in Detroit. So you can look at it as 2 winnable games on the back end. It'll be interesting to see if Jimmy flies with the team on Sunday. One thing we know about injuries, flying doesn't help. Another thing we know about injuries, cold weather doesn't help. Getting to Cleveland in mid-December, probably not optimal for your achy joints. So again, we're looking right now, I would think minimum a 2-game absence for Jimmy, coming back for 1 after missing the 4. And then we'll see if he takes flight with the team on Sunday. I think that'll be sort of our next news break on Jimmy. In the interim, well, we know they're still without Markieff Morris. He went to the main court. He shot at FTX Arena before Monday's game against the Grizzlies, and he looked okay. But again, he was playing 1-on-none. He was getting shots up. And Eric Spoelstra wasn't happy after the game when we asked him about that. We all had our cameras out. We all took videos. You can go to my Twitter account, see what he looked like there. And he said, this should be done on the practice court. This should be done behind closed doors. This should be done in our timetable. Markieff also is listed as out tonight for the game against the Bucks. He's been out since that incident with Nikola Jokic on November 8th in Denver. So you also have that in play. He's not going to be with the Heat also for tonight's game. I think the Heat finally, and this is kind of crazy, the Miami Heat have not had a single practice at FTX Arena during the regular season. Think about that. We're talking about a season that began in mid-October, and their schedule has been so jam-packed, number one, but number two, so road-intensive, they haven't had consecutive days off at home. They do now. They play tonight, they're off Thursday, and they're off Friday. I think that might be the litmus test for Markieff Morris, when he can get back on the court with his teammates, go through a full practice, see how he comes out of that. So I would not be surprised if after practice we talked to Eric Spoelstra on Friday. We asked him where they stand with Markieff, and he'll tell us, I want to see how he came out of this. Maybe questionable, maybe even doubtful for Saturday, and then we'll have an idea after that. So that's sort of your Markieff Morris update. Victor Oladipo, I'm not going to lie. I get so many people who go to me, what's the timetable for Victor Oladipo? There is no timetable. There never was a timetable. He underwent his quadriceps surgery in May. He's been out since then, and yet the Heat are listing him with a knee injury. And we know about the knee injury. We know about that from Indiana. We know about that from Houston. We knew about that before the Heat made the trade at the trading deadline last season to get Vic. I think he's the kind of guy who just surfaces. I think he's the kind of guy, maybe like we saw with Markieff Morris on the main court the other day practicing, where we go up to practice and it's like, wait a minute, Vic's in a practice jersey. He's out there working with the players. We've always said don't have expectations before midseason. I don't think that has changed. there's two things here in play. Number one, the Heat would be a better team with Victor Oladipo and getting him on the court. But Victor Oladipo also has decisions to make for himself. He's playing on a 1-year minimum scale contract this season. So does he want to go out, put himself number one at risk, or not look like Victor Oladipo? So you might say to yourself, hey, wait a minute, that's a little bit selfish. This is a team game. I think when a player gets to a point where he's also playing on a minimum contract and trying to work his way back, he's made a sacrifice. He's made a sacrifice in terms of salary. I mean, you're talking about someone who was in the $20 million range and now in the $2 million range for salary. So I think this is going to be a case as much as the Heat. I think Vic will also determine what happens. And then there's one more injury on the injury report tonight for Milwaukee, and that's Caleb Martin with a knee bruise. Look, if you would have told me in late October or early November the Heat might be without Caleb Martin, one, I would have had to tell you who Caleb Martin was, and two, I would have had to tell you why he's so necessary. What we have seen in recent weeks going on with the Heat is Caleb Martin is practically essential. He's sort of that energizer off the bench, especially when they have to start Tyler Hero, which I would expect again tonight in place of Jimmy Butler, because of Jimmy's injury, you need a guy like Caleb Martin. Right now, you're probably looking at a lineup tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks at FTX Arena. Dwayne Dedmon at center, PJ Tucker power forward, probably Duncan Robinson going to call him the small forward tonight, Tyler Hero and Kyle Lowry, which means your prime backups for tonight probably are Max Strus, Caleb Martin if he's healthy, Omar Yurtseven, and the only other two available players with only 10 available are Udonis Haslem and KZ Okpala. So if Caleb Martin doesn't play, I think it has to be a KZ Okpala night. I'm not so sure still that Eric Spoelstra necessarily wants to have KZ Okpala nights. So I think Caleb Martin's injury, more than you might think otherwise, matters. The Heat are going to need Caleb Martin. They're going to need Max Strus off the bench because there really isn't much more of a bench. Does that beat Milwaukee? I'm not going to sit here and tell you yes. Does that beat Chicago on Friday? I'm not going to sit here and tell you yes. But it might give you a chance to compete, especially on your home floor. So that's sort of the reset of the Heat as we wait for Clay Ferraro in internet land there and see where things stand there. But that's what it looks like tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. And on the flip side of this, when we come back after this break on Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, I'm going to talk a little bit more about how those absences impact everything else and whether the Heat are at risk right now of creating too many minutes for older players like PJ Tucker at 36, like Kyle Lowry at 35. So on the other side of the break, we'll be back with that. A little more thought on where the Heat stand. Who knows? Maybe we'll even see Clay Ferraro.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Well, this might be the rare day when we have to downgrade Clay Ferraro from questionable to doubtful as we come into our second segment here on Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint. The good thing is, and maybe the bad thing is, there's still plenty to talk about, even on a one-man show today when it comes to where the Heat stand. And the one thing I wanted to talk about after going through the injury report, and let's face it, when you can spend an entire segment of a show on a single team's injury report for one game, it sort of tells you where the Heat are. Again, to sort of recap, no Jimmy Butler tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks, national TV ESPN, the local TV Bally Sports Sun, no Markieff Morris, no Bam Adebayo, and of course the Heat remain without Victor Oladipo. So it's sort of been shorthanded for a lot this season. The thing is, we know when this team is whole. We saw it at the start of the season when everyone was talking about the Heat as a potential championship contender. When they are right, when they are whole, they know who they are, they know what they can do, they defend, and they rebound. But you can also see how this team is constructed sort of as 5 men on a string. Do the Heat have a top 5 NBA player? No, they do not. Do they have a top 10 NBA player? Well, I'm sure Jimmy Butler would say when he's healthy, he'd want to jump in there, but you sort of can make an argument that they do or they do not in that case. So they have to be an ensemble. Everyone has to be working together. We've already seen when you take a link away, like a Bam Adebayo, your defense goes south. When you take a big body away, like Bam, or someone who even rebounds like Jimmy, your rebound goes south. Early in the season, the Miami Heat story was one of rebounding dominance. They were top 4, top 5 in overall rebounding, offensive rebounding, defensive rebounding. Over the last 10 games or so, the Heat are one of the worst teams in the NBA in rebounding. It's not against Dwayne Dedmon. He actually tied his season high against Memphis with his 13 rebounds the other day. He's been doing his job. He's been hitting the boards, but there hasn't been much else. And here's my concern about all this. As Eric Spoelstra pushes through, as he'll tell us pregame tonight before the Milwaukee Bucks game, of course, we have enough. That's what coaches say. That's what they have to say. If you say something else, you're basically saying, look, it looks like right now that Max Strus isn't enough. It looks like right now that we're not going to have enough, say, with Gabe Vincent. So what happens is coaches are going to say they have enough. And even if you think the Heat have enough, it's because the Heat have enough because of Kyle Lowry pushing through, because of PJ Tucker pushing through. Here's the concern. If you keep these minutes up for a Lowry, for a PJ Tucker, for your older players at the start of the season, will there be enough left at the end? Kyle Lowry didn't play a full season last year. Basically, when Toronto went south, hey, Clay, how are you? I'll just finish my thought here, bring you up to speed. Basically, Kyle Lowry had plenty of time off at the end of last season, so he's somewhat rested. But PJ Tucker's 36. So, Clay, what I've been explaining so far is I took everyone through the Miami Heat injury report, all 5 things, who's out tonight against Milwaukee, what's happening going forward. Also spoke to all the lovely listeners out there about the Heat having so many older players. Are you pushing themselves too hard? So I guess how I bring it back to you with this, Clay, do you reach a point, which you never say publicly, of it's just going to be a rough patch, but we're not going to overpush things. We're not going to force Jimmy back on Saturday against Chicago. Let him get healthy. We knew what he looked like when he was hurt. We're not going to make it a 35-minute game for Kyle Lowry, a 35-minute game for PJ Tucker. You're never going to say this. Eric Spoelstra will not sit down pregame at FTX Arena and go, we're going to bide our time here. If we lose, we'll deal with it. So, Clay, what would your approach be now that you know no Bam tonight, no Markieff Morris tonight, no Jimmy Butler tonight, maybe no Caleb Martin with that knee bruise? Would you still take the bravado of we have enough, we can get it done, or at least privately in the lie detector part of our show, if you're Eric Spoelstra, you have to think, hey, we're 3 over 500. Even if we drop the next 3, tough competition against Milwaukee, Chicago, and Cleveland, we can get it right. We have Orlando and Detroit next week. The Heat will never say they're biding their time, never say they're playing for 500. But do you have to pull back a little?
Well, first off, I think you missed your calling. I think you should have been in politics with your ability to filibuster. This has been fantastic.
So, exactly. So I don't care if we have a tie here in the Senate. I'm on the floor here for the next 12 hours. But go ahead. I deferred to the man from Channel 10. Secondly,
I need to learn to reset my alarm. But no, I think the issue that you're running into is kind of what we had talked about, even before the season started, is you're going to have these patches when you have an older team. Now, we didn't expect for Bam Adebayo to be one of the guys who you're trying to navigate through this without, and that's one that I think is I think kind of throwing a wrench into this a little bit, just because of, hey, if you were going to be able to allow Jimmy to rest on nights when he's not 100%, or Kyle Lowry second night of a back-to-back, you were going to be relying on Bam. Well, now you don't have Bam. So to your question, what's the course of action? I still think, Ira, you got to play the long game with this. And if there's any sort of feeling that these guys aren't 100% and you're risking the ability to be 100% healthy come playoff time, or at least as close to 100% as you can get, that's the game that you've got to play. So Ira, I don't think it changes what I would have been doing from the beginning, which is making sure that you're allowing these guys to get the rest that they need when they are hurting.
Yeah, and that's common sense. And we saw what happened to Jimmy. Clay, I'm not sure Jimmy was okay even when he came back before he took that fall. He was running so stiff at the beginning, you could almost see that. And again, God bless him for pushing his way through. That's what players do. That's what, your leading men, you want them to try. So you have to step back. But when you look at this Heat lineup right now, matter of fact, let's pretend we're in an alternate universe, okay? There is no Jimmy Butler. There is no Bam Adebayo. If I were to tell you I have a Miami Heat team this season that's going to start a lineup of Dwayne Dedmon, PJ Tucker, Duncan Robinson, Kyle Lowry, and Tyler Hero, with your top 3 reserves being Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, and Omar Yurtseven, where in the Eastern Conference, honestly, would you put that team?
Oh, you're not making the playoffs,
right?
Especially not with how they're playing right now. So, but again, you're playing the long game. So that's not the roster that you're going to have at the end of the year.
Right.
You need to make sure that it's not the roster that you have at the end of the year. You need to make sure that you allow those guys to get healthy. And so, since I'm hopping on late here, the Bam Adebayo situation is one. I mean, it stinks. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's a bummer. And I remember we were sitting here last Wednesday and kind of like saying, okay, well, kind of going through the hypotheticals of the injury report, and then boom, we get hit later on with the news. What I would say with Bam, and you and I had been talking about this for a couple of weeks, that knee was not right. And I don't know that it was going to get right as long as he was constantly playing. So there's nothing good about suffering the type of injury that he did. And yet I do think if you're playing the long game with this thing, by the time he comes back and the thumb injury is healed, you would expect the tendonitis in that knee to be at least imaginable at a manageable point.
And matter of fact, Big O, as he was driving, we were talking about that in our crosstalk coming in, is that if you're going to look for silver linings, that is one of the things. That the knee we spoke about, you're measuring it every day, you're seeing if he's okay. And probably if you're going to have one body joint that's not working outside of, say, a pinky or something, he can exercise every other part of his body. I mean, his whole, it's almost like hockey parlance. His whole lower body is fine. He has a full ambulatory working left arm and left hand. So it's not like conditioning will be a problem when he comes back. This is one of those rare times, Clay, I think when they say 4 to 6 weeks, that either after the 4 weeks or the 6 weeks, boom, you not only come back, but you're playing your 35 minutes. You're playing who you are anyway. Bam is such a hustle player that even if the nuance of skill isn't there, he immediately takes your team to another level. My curiosity to this, Clay, is this. And Eric Spoelstra spoke about it after last game. Kyle Lowry did. I wrote a story at sunsentinel.com about it. How far do you veer from the style you play with Jimmy and with Bam in the interim to where you then have to veer back the other way? Or do you have to be honest with yourself and say, there's no way we can play the same game without Jimmy and without Bam. These are still 4 weeks. This is still at least 20 games without Bam Adebayo. We've got to change our game. I am so curious to see how that plays out because Eric Spoelstra mentioned it last game, and Kyle Lowry immediately came in the press room and said the same thing. So do you think you can afford a stylistic change? Or, Clay, do you think you have to because you still have to win games?
You have to. And I think the thing, too, is if you go back to the beginning of the season, when these guys were just out there playing meaningful games for the first time, it looked like they had been playing together for a long, long time. It wasn't like it took them a long time to get to this style of play. So I think if you do have to switch it up stylistically and go to doing something, play more zone, like whatever it happens to be, where you were relying a lot on Bam Adebayo to clean up a lot of stuff, and you're also switching everything. I don't know that you can necessarily afford to do that when you're not going to have Bam Adebayo in the lineup. You're not going to have Jimmy Butler in the lineup. So, no, I'm with you. I think you should probably do what's best for this group. You go out there and you roll with who you've got and do the best thing that you can for them. The thing with Bam, and what I keep coming back to with him, Chris Paul suffered the same injury a few years ago. And what I found interesting, I wanted to find out, what did he look like when he came back? And, without going back through and watching all the old game tape, what I noticed was the numbers did not dip significantly. You had a couple of games when he came back where the shooting was a little bit off and you could tell he was kind of getting used to things. But if I recall correctly, that was a little bit later in the season too. So they kind of had to get him more up to speed. Again, if you're looking for silver linings with this Bam thing, it's that it happened early enough in the season that I would probably even sit him through the All-Star break. I would probably sit him and allow him to get 100% healthy and make sure that by the time he comes back, you're ready to rock and he's 100% and that thumb is ready to go and nobody's going to come down and hit that thumb and you're going to feel like, we're going to have to go back and get this thing checked out again. So we can disagree on the All-Star point. The ultimate point here is I think when he comes back, you're not going to have a Bam Adebayo who's doesn't look like the Bam that we've seen before. You're going to have the Bam that I think you're going to go back to the beginning of the season who was more explosive than we had seen, especially around the paint. Like somebody who had become a little bit more, he knew who he was. His body control was at a different point. That's the Bam that you're going to get back. So Ira, all that to say, I think there's a world where when Bam comes back, you are closer to the team that we saw at the very beginning of the season than you have been in a long, long time because he's going to be closer to being healthy. So I would do whatever it takes to answer your question in a roundabout way. I would do whatever it takes to just navigate through and win these games because when you get Bam back, we've seen what this group can be almost instantly when they're all on the court and 100% whole. And I would rather see that than see you trying to switch and put Omer Yurtseven on Giannis tonight. Trying to switch and have him switch up onto Drew Holiday. It just doesn't make sense to switch.
No. But again, you've only had one day in between to do it. I do disagree with you though on thinking you have that comfort zone till maybe All-Star break, which is late February. When you look at the Eastern Conference, and we've spoken before how the Eastern Conference is far more competitive than it's been in recent years, that there's a quality of depth even through those play-in teams right now. Knicks are below that. They're like in 11th place. That I'm not so sure that you have as much wiggle room, Clay, as maybe you think you do. That I just think there's enough teams that you could teeter close to that play-in round if you keep waiting and waiting and waiting. Now, maybe it happens organically that you just have to find a way to win anyway. But I don't think you can get too cute with it. I think the Eastern Conference, now that Chicago has emerged and we're seeing what they can do, now that Brooklyn clearly is getting their footing with or without Kyrie Irving, now that Joel Embiid is back to being great, and it looks like they, who knows, maybe have CJ McCollum or another player who actually is on the court to throw in there if they make a Ben Simmons trade, that all of a sudden you're dancing right there with that number 4, 5, 6 seed, and you're talking about possibly falling into the play-in. So they have to find a way. The one thing I'm curious about is Kyle Lowry said this after last game. I have to decide if I have to shoot more, or if I have to shoot even more. I wonder, at 35 years old, can he be a dynamic offensive presence? We've seen it in quarters. We've seen the ends of games. He's had 14-point fourth quarters. But is Kyle Lowry a 30-point scorer? When I'm making up my lineup card tonight, can I say, okay, if I get 30 from Kyle Lowry and then go down there, I'm going to do that? I'm not so sure he's that kind of player. And the problem is, he can say he wants to facilitate all he wants. Well, when you're facilitating Bam Adebayo and you're facilitating Jimmy Butler, you're going to get results. They always say, what makes an assist? The guy hitting the shot.
That's true.
When you're facilitating Omar Yurtseven or Caleb Martin, God bless them, the percentages go down there. So it's great that Kyle Lowry is the world-class facilitator that maybe Goran Dragic wasn't. But I'm not so sure right now that you don't need Kyle to be more Goran, to be looking at the rim a little more, to maybe give you those points that at times like this Goran could give you off the bench when you need that additional scoring. Kind of curious to see if that still is part at 35 years old of Kyle Lowry's game.
So we'll attack that, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this injury situation, also the schedule ahead, and we will get to your questions in the chat. We're going to keep this interactive. We're going to do all that when we come back right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727. Or online at adreamlending.com. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint, the home stretch here. I'm just sad that I missed the AOL and Prodigy joke that we get at during the first break.
But I got to tell you, Clay, right now, and I'm checking some of the chat here, apparently you might make Comeback Player of the Year on the show, so there is that.
Uh-oh, is that that's very nice. That's very nice. Really good to see that. So the thing that C. Dollar just said, and again, we'll get some of your questions and anything that you guys have, but he brings up a point about Duncan Robinson. Him coming off the three-point line and moving with the ball seems to be working. So if we want to look back, we've talked a lot about who the Heat don't have right now. And I guess the question then becomes, who is going to step up with the guys that you do have? And you mentioned Kyle Lowry and the necessity that he's going to have to do a little bit more. And we'll talk more about if he can handle the load as far as scoring goes. But Duncan Robinson is somewhat like, now this is his time. He has to. And before, I think it was one of those where it was like he was kind of fighting his own head and whatever it might be, whatever the reasons where the ball wasn't going in, he has to now. This is where – so I'm curious, Ira, to see if, when he knows that there is no other option, that the team is relying on him, that maybe it gives him an extra level to get to. Now, the flip side of that is when you have fewer guys out there, the other team's going to be able to key in on you a little bit more. And I think we've seen that with Tyler Hero. But I think it's Duncan's time, and I think C-Dollar is right. The fact that he's moving around a little bit more now, I think it might be helping him. Now the question is, can he step up even more when they need him?
See, I sort of disagree with that because I think you can give the guy the $90 million. You could tell him you need to do more. You're still a complimentary player. You're still a player who plays off the skills and was brought in. When Duncan Robinson got his contract extension, his 5-year deal, it was knowing that he would be alongside Bam Adebayo all 5 years. He would be alongside Jimmy Butler for that term also. He basically is a player that feeds off of others. He feeds off of Bam Adebayo very well. We've seen that the last 2 years. He feeds off of Jimmy Butler very well. We've seen that the last 2 years into the playoffs, the run to the finals. But I'm not so sure he feeds very well off of Caleb Martin, Omar Yurtsev, and Max Strus and other guys. That's the thing. It's like and Clay, that's what I was even talking about with Kyle Lowry. You could want a player to be more. You could want a player to be something else. But you are who you are. You are a player who plays off of kick-out passes from Bam Adebayo or him at the fulcrum at the elbow. You're a player who plays off the drive-and kicks of Jimmy Butler. It's not quite the same as the drive-and kicks, God bless him, of Gabe Vincent. So I think it's going to be limiting to Duncan Robinson unless Kyle Lowry just picks that up also and becomes such a dynamo that they have to double and sag against him in the paint and open it for Duncan. I think this makes things harder for Duncan. Now, maybe he's grown enough as a player that he could take it to another level. But I think this is really going to be hard. I think as hard as the first 2 months of the season, first 7 weeks have been for Duncan, I think this could be even rougher sledding for him until Jimmy and Bam both come back.
Okay, and I agree with you on that, by the way. I agree with you because 2 reasons. Number one, you don't have the other guys facilitating for you and creating gravity. And, it was this symbiotic relate where you're creating gravity for them, but also vice versa. And so that becomes a bit of an issue. And the second part being that, as we mentioned before, the other team, it's like when you lose your number one pitcher in baseball and then everybody else has to step. If your number 2 now has to go up against prime Clayton Kershaw, you're in trouble. And when you're going up against a team that, hey, they would normally focus all of their attention or their number one guy on Jimmy Butler, and then now they're figuring out, all right, are we going to send that guy on Duncan? Are we going to send that guy on Tyler Hero when he's in the game? And so it's like everybody has to step up and play up. I think where I'm coming from with the Duncan stuff is, and tell me if you agree with this, first off, before I go into my spiel. Do you think that part of this was mental? Like that he was fighting in his own head and trying to, do you think part of his struggles this year have been mental?
Yeah, and I think it's crazy shooting percentages, road versus home. I think road is like 40%, home he's like 20%. I think he hears the groans. And Clay, the games you've been at, you can hear that audible when he misses the first one. Oh, here we go again. Right. I think that does get into a player's head. I think you don't hear that on the road. I think even on the road when they might be yelling, not that it's happened, air ball, you sort of feed off of that.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that he finds his stroke at home. Now, they're only home 2 more home games, out on the road for 4. But I think especially at home, and again, Clay, if that home percentage was in the right place, everything would be fine.
Sure.
So I think he needs to find himself at home. So I think we might need to make FTX Arena a no-groan zone. That if you see Duncan miss a shot, just in your head with that little thought bubble above, you can think to yourself, but you can't exhale like that. You've got to keep Duncan going. You've got to get the confidence.
The no groan zone, man. You're gonna have to patent that and go and find some sponsors. No, but so here's where I'm coming from with Duncan. If we can agree that a big part of this is mental, and we've seen it with some of the best athletes in any walk of sports.
Sure.
maybe the fact that now you can no longer think about, hey, having this wide open. They say sometimes that the toughest pass for a wide receiver to catch is when he's just so wide open that all he can do is stare at the ball and think about what happens if he drops it. Maybe this is a situation where now he's going to be thinking about the other things that he's going to have to do on the court to get to where he needs to get to. And maybe it's just the stroke becomes more natural. And this is just spitballing about what could happen. But I think the bottom line is that it's got to be somebody. And whether it's Duncan, who kind of all of a sudden gets over some of the stuff that he's been dealing with, or if teams are sending the gravity that way, it's Kyle Lowry. And this goes back to what you were asking before the break. Can Kyle Lowry do it? We know Tyler Hero can do it.
Well, I want to talk about Tyler, though, because I know you mentioned we're going to bring him up also. Clay, is Tyler Hero getting all the shots he could possibly want a good thing, or is it almost gluttony to the point where, look, Tyler has the confidence. Eric Spoelstra's spoken about players like, on the Heat before who have that unlimited confidence. Dion Waiters has it. But at some point, does it become too many shots, Clay? Does it become the shots are there? There's Jimmy's shot total. There's Bam shots total. There's Markieff shot total. All those are there. But does it become a point just because you can get all those shots, you should be taking all those shots? There's not a single shot that Tyler doesn't take with confidence, because when you dress like that, you have to have a lot of confidence. I know he won the Sports Illustrated Award yesterday for Best Dressed Athlete, but that's the thing is, can there almost be too many shots for Tyler where you take him out of that wonderful groove he was in the first 2, 4, maybe even 6 weeks of the season, and all of a sudden he's just jacking up these shots and you're seeing these shooting percentages like he's had in the last couple of games?
Man of 1,005 holes says, live by the three, die by the three. It happens. Duncan's in a slump. Maybe he should take the ball to the basket more, which he has been doing. Akaris once says, the Heat are doomed. Send Duncan to the Shanghai Tigers. Omar Lopez. Good morning, everybody. Thanks you guys for hanging out. So to answer your question about Tyler, and is it a good thing that he gets all these shots? I would kind of turn it back on you. What shot would be better than Tyler? You know what I mean? And so to me, Ira, it's what is your best shot in that possession? And so if in every possession Tyler shooting is the best shot on the floor, then fine. Now what I don't want him doing is taking a fall away 19-footer. That's
one leg, yeah.
Even though him doing that might be Kyle Lowry. Not to go off on a tangent. Kyle Lowry, the difference between his shots. I don't know that I've ever seen a player that can look like he's playing on look like he's an elite level shooter 1 second, and then the next time down the floor look like he's playing in the pickup game in the cable guy, and just like the ball, like, oh, this is going to go over the basket. Right. And so I think the unfortunate thing with Kyle Lowry is just by his nature, he's not going to be a consistent scorer because the ball's not going to go in the basket consistently when he's shooting from outside. He doesn't have that natural stroke that just every time he goes down there. So to answer your question, I think more often than not, getting Tyler Hero a shot may be the best option when he's on the floor every time you go down the floor. That doesn't mean that you do it every time.
But does that damage Tyler rather? Does that make him something you don't want him to be? Because like you've spoken about in the last segment, is eventually you want everyone being who they are. Yeah. So when the Heat are whole, they know who they are. So can you drift to a degree where you get in that sort of zone that, hey, I'm going to jack it up because I'm looking around and I'm as good as anyone here, which is not the case when Bam's there, which is not the case when Jimmy's there, maybe sometimes even not the case when Markieff is there. I think that's the balance you need. Yes, the games matter, the moments matter, the wins matter. But if you're going to take Tyler up to a 25-shot-a-game guy, where 10 of those shots are shots you would never want him taking when Bam is there and when Jimmy are there, I think you have to weigh that also. Now, you're right. Who else? Caleb Martin, Max Strus, Gabe Vincent. I get it. But I think that's why this is such a tough thing for Eric Spoelstra at the moment, to play for the moment and to consider the future.
Well, there are limits. There are limits to it. I'm not going to just say blanket, let Tyler shoot it every time he goes down the floor. And yet I think, as you know, every time you go down, other than when it's in transition, you're going to be calling a play. And, I think with Bam and Jimmy Butler out, they're probably putting in a few more plays to get guys the rock that typically maybe you wouldn't draw up plays for. I would think that you would want to get Tyler Hero the ball more. Again, not to use a different sport analogy, but it's like when you want to get the ball in your best player's hands in football, even if it's just a quick flare out. If you're the Saints and you have no weapons other than Alvin Kamara, you're going to try to get Alvin Kamara the ball. With Tyler Hero, you're going to be drawing up plays for guys who you're confident they can execute, and when they get the shot that you have drawn up, like you've worked in the lab and you've gone to school on, all right, how can we attack this team and get this guy an open look? How many guys on the Miami Heat right now are you confident when you get them the look that you draw up in the lab and the play is executed to perfection, they're going to finish it off by actually making the shot?
No,
and Tyler Hero is one of the people
and
that
that's a really good point, because Kyle Lowry mentioned it after last games. Maybe we need to be more scripted. Maybe we need to play in the half court a little bit more. And you know what? I mean, it was so much fun, Clay, at the start of the year. They were just throwing the ball willy-nilly right and left, and they making those football passes. Yeah. And it's great when you have the athleticism of Bam and the athleticism of Jimmy. But you're right. This might be a lot more what Pat Riley used to say, I'll bring this thing to a halt if I have to. And you might see that the Heat scoring total might not necessarily go up that much, but the opponent's total will come down because there'll be fewer possessions in a game. So you might be playing much more of a half-court game, much more of a disciplined game. That's what I'm talking about in this whole show, is the on-off, is do it this way now, but do it that way later after you were doing it that way before. It's such a tough thing to go back and forth and be a scripted team when this team was off script, they were as fun as anyone. So this is probably not the advertisement the Heat want to hear, but you might see more winning basketball and have less fun doing it. Maybe that's the way the next month is about.
Well, they have to, and you know, you're not going to sell T-shirts that you're not going to have a T-shirt that says
more wins, less fun. Yeah,
more wins, less fun. But no, you do have to adjust who you are. It's any good coach will tell you in any sport, Ira, you don't have a system. Your system is what you mold to the players that you have, and if you're going to be so stubborn that you can't change things up, when you're missing your two best players, then you're not a coach that's worth what we think you are. And with Eric Spoelstra, I think we know he is. And we know that the assistants on this staff are. They're not going to keep just running the same plays, only
Clay,
plugging Duncan Robinson.
Your analogy might be the Monday Night Football game we just saw. You go Belichick and you run the ball every single goddamn play, and you only throw 3 passes, because for that moment, in that scenario, against that opponent, in those conditions, that's what you have to do. So maybe you will see more of 3 yards in a cloud of dust for the Heat in coming weeks. Maybe that's who they need to be.
Cdola asks about Spo's rotations, Ira. He says the rotations frustrate him. He brings in Yurtseven midway through the third, and then he only lets Strus play 6 minutes at a time. Do you have an issue based on what they're dealing with? Right? Is there anything with the rotations right now that you would change, Ira? Or do you think this is just kind of trying to find whatever the mix and match is that's going to be successful when you're missing your 2 best guys?
This will come out wrong, and it's not the intention, but I think it's
wait for the aggregate sites. The aggregate sites are coming.
No, I think screw the bench. I think you got to put enough scores out there in the starting team that you don't keep getting to these early deficits, that you don't keep having these quarters where you're outscored 30 to something, halves where you're outscored 60 to something. I think Eric Spoelstra tries to balance, which you should in normal times, but I don't think you can afford to keep playing from behind like they do. So, of course, the logical thing is when Jimmy is out that you start Tyler Hero. Again, that doesn't give you a lot of pop off your bench. You're talking about Omer Yurtseven, Gabe Vincent, and Max Strus. I don't know how you buy time there. Again, it goes back to what we talked in the previous segment. Do you then overload the minutes for a Kyle Lowry? But I think based on what's happened in recent weeks, and especially recent games, Clay, you can't afford to overlook the start of the game. You can't go in saying, let's bide our time. Let's save Kyle's legs. Let's save Tyler, so we'll have guys at closing time. There hasn't been a Heat last 2-minute report in like the last 2 weeks because the games haven't been close enough.
So
within 5, they've been all lopsided. So I think if you're the Heat, tonight against the Bucks, you have to play to win the first quarter. Worry about the second quarter, the third and the fourth after that. Because if you don't win that first quarter, you know what, Clay? The third and the fourth might not mean anything.
Let me throw one thing back at you too, Ira,
sure.
Because the reason why, from what I saw, the biggest problem other than missing Jimmy for a lot of the game and Bam Adebayo was they just got destroyed inside, and rebounding in particular it was brutal, and it was kind of like the Heat team that got blasted by the Bucs in the playoffs last year. And, no Brook Lopez tonight. But I mean, we're expecting Giannis to be out there, and he wasn't out there the last time, right? So you're talking about a team that we already know destroyed you inside in the playoffs last year, obviously with Brook Lopez in the lineup. You got to fix what went wrong on Monday night tonight. You have to be able to get these rebounds. You have to be able to score inside to keep those guys from scoring inside. Otherwise, you're right. You got to win the first quarter, and yet what we saw in the playoffs, and I remember distinctly in Game 4, the Heat giving everything they could early in that game, but then the attrition of just getting beaten inside over it wears you down. And so and they got to figure that out.
And Clay, to that end, I think you've got to move beyond this. PJ Tucker is your backup center at 6'5".
Yeah.
God bless him, and I know he's built like a brick, whatever house you want to call him, and he can toughen up, but the height sometimes is just too much. And I think Eric Spoelstra recognized that in the second half of the Memphis game as Steven Adams was going off also. That's not anything against the effort of PJ Tucker. He gives you everything all the time, but you need the height. You don't have the height. You have Dwayne Dedmon starting. Omar Yurtsemen's not ready for playoff race basketball, but you have no choice right now. I think you need to get some more height in there. I think PJ Tucker against certain teams, when the Nets go to Durant or even Blake Griffin in the middle, you can do that a little bit more. I don't think tonight in the game, Bobby Portis destroyed them with his huge double-double on Saturday. So you can't afford that. You got Vucevic and his size coming in on Saturday. I think you got to go a little more height. The unfortunate thing is, otherwise you're looking at Udonis Haslem, who's always been undersized, but now is undersized and old, or KZ Okpala, who just doesn't fit any Heat profile except for the fact that he has a guaranteed contract. So I think the PJ Tucker is backup center thing, you put that aside. You say that works great when we have Bam and Jimmy, but maybe not so much right now.
Undersized and old, which would be on Ira's dating profile if you weren't married. I'm sorry.
So that's why they keep going through that. Yeah, they click right or left the wrong way. Yeah.
I had to do that on the way out since I knew Ira wouldn't get the last word. Thanks for hanging out inside the paint. The Big O Show rolls on next.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their...
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Alrighty. Good on, boys and girls? Hope you all are doing well. We are coming to you live from Caneswear, one of my favorite places on Mother Earth to broadcast from, out here at 2511 South University Drive in Davie. You see it, where is it, like right there, I guess? Or is it like this? It's this way? I don't know, because, you know, the what I'm watching is kind of delayed a little bit. A little down, a little down. Oh, no, it's this way, actually. There we go. No, down, down that way. There we go. Okay. All right, there we go. Anyway, so we are going to have some fun out here, and I got to tell you that it's already, like, the store is already buzzing. They just, like, barely opened, and, like, people are already coming in, and the buzz is real, man. And, you know, that's the fun part about all of this now, is that there's serious hope with Mario Cristobal. That's the one thing, that's the element that's kind of changed in this whole equation that we kind of don't talk about enough, that there is actual hope now. You know, I hate to put it this way, but with Manny Diaz, I just didn't really have a lot of hope. And that was my problem with Manny. I kind of already got to the point where, okay, well, this guy isn't the right guy for the job. So at least that's kind of how I felt with Manny. I just, after the first year, I felt with Manny that he wasn't the right guy for the job, you know, and so that's why for me to see what's going on with Mario, it actually gives me some hope. It actually makes me feel like, you know what, Canes fans are going to have an opportunity to feel positive about what's going on now with the Miami Hurricanes, that they're actually going to have a coach that is going to recruit the right players, to develop the players, and then maintain. Because the key to being a great coach in college football are those three elements. You've got to be able to recruit, obviously, at a high level. You've got to be able to develop at a high level. And then you've got to be able to maintain. It's incredibly hard. And I've explained this many times over the years. Dennis Erickson and Larry Coker were not bad coaches. They just weren't complete. And I'll explain this way. Dennis Erickson inherited one hell of a roster from Jimmy Johnson. And Dennis Erickson can coach. So he won 2 out of 3 titles his first 3 years. Well, okay. If you look at the recruits for Jimmy, if you did it in the first 3 years, you did it a lot with Jimmy's players. Most of them were Jimmy's players, probably. By year 4, you know, year 3 and 4, your guys are kind of taking over in a way. But then by years 4, 5, and 6, it's all your guys. Well, what happened? It got worse, right? Progressively worse. And there was an embarrassing thud at the end of the season. And that's why? Because Dennis Erickson could not maintain. He could not continue to recruit the same caliber player, and he could not develop the same kind of caliber player and maintain it. Larry Coker did the same thing. Butch isn't much of a coach, but he is a great BSer. And he's fooled plenty of you guys out there, because some of you still clamor for Butch, which, you know, whatever. But he has, you know, a car salesman in him. He's a good defensive coordinator. He's not a head coach. He's never has been, never will be. But he had this thing. He got on a run for recruiting that nobody could ever deny. And he made a run at where he recruited his ass off, because the guy's a car salesman. And he got it done, recruiting-wise. I don't think ever much of him as a coach. But recruiting-wise, I won't take that away from him during that moment, okay? Remember, he never did much in North Carolina and never even dominated at FIU. I mean, Lane Kiffin dominated, not this guy. Lane Kiffin showed, oh yeah, Conference USA, the Sun Belt, that ain't shit. We're going to dominate it. You know, This guy couldn't do it because he's not a good coach. But Butch got on a roll, and he left Larry Coker a boatload of talent. And Larry was able to win the one title. Really should have won two. Not his fault, actually. But then as Larry's players took over the program, what happened? It went downhill. Because he couldn't maintain. He couldn't recruit and couldn't maintain the same level. And then after Coker, it's been even worse. Most of the coaches can't recruit, can't develop, and can't maintain. Well, that's the beauty of Mario Cristobal now. Mario Cristobal has been able to go to a place where you got to get people to go. It's not easy to get people to go to Oregon. And, you know, his defensive end is going to be one of the first picks in the draft this year. His quarterback, his left tackle, his safety's playing for us in our backyard here. You know, so he started recruiting players at a high level and developing them at Oregon. And so now, again, Oregon, not the same as Miami. You're going to get a different kind of player coming to Miami. You're going to get a player that probably has much more of an edge than he does at Oregon. You know what I'm saying? So now Mario will have that opportunity to really recruit those kind of players, develop those kind of players, and he can maintain. And that's the first hope that we've had in many, many years, that the University of Miami has got a coach that has got all three of those traits. And that's the key. That's what Schnellenberger could do. That's what Jimmy Johnson could do. But not all these coaches can do that. Even the ones that won. And I gave you the examples on Coker and Erickson. They won, but they weren't Jimmy and they weren't Schnellenberger. Mario Cristobal has a chance to achieve what he never achieved yet as a coach, which is be a national champion. He has an opportunity now to recruit the kind of players all the time, top to bottom, that he could not. He could get some to go to Oregon, but now he's going to be able to get them all to come to Miami. And that's where this is all changed. And that's where the hope sets in for a lot of us now. You know what I mean? I don't know what the timetable is. Well, you know, that's a whole other ball game, as they say. But that's what Cristobal gives you. He gives you that hope. It's nice to have it, I got to tell you. 855-912-1056 is the text line. If you want to get in, that's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, you can also reach out to us on Twitter. That's at Big O Show. Follow us there as always. Email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. And, of course, you can always donate to the program, Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show if you want to get in on there and support us there. Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. Alan Poupar will join us at the 12 o'clock hour at noon. So we'll get to talk to him, and we'll talk a little Miami Dolphins. It's good to have the bye week. I know that they're playing well, and it's always like, oh, but do you want to take a break? Yeah, it's good for them to take a break. They got a couple guys that are banged up. Maybe they can get some guys healthy and get them back on the field and help them out down the stretch. You got a nice little stretch of games coming up. You should win that Jets game. And then you've got 3 games that are going to be pretty interesting. And we'll see how they handle those kind of games with New Orleans, with Tennessee, and New England. That's going to be a nice challenge for them. Look, New Orleans, I know, is not a great team, but they have a great coach. And so they're going to be prepared, and it's going to be a pain in the ass. And that's a first-class defense, too. So that's going to be one hell of a challenge for the offense. Tennessee, I don't fear that much, actually. It's not like I fear them that offensively they're so scary or anything like that. I don't believe they are, actually. The quarterback never really scares me, as you all know. So I'm not really worried about it, but it's still a game they could lose because offensively, if they don't play well against Tennessee's defense, that could be a problem for them. I still think that defensively, Miami will be able to take advantage, and they'll have their opportunities against Tennessee's offense and, of course, against Tannehill. And then you've got the final game against New England. And New England, obviously, their game plan this past week was just crazy. But they pulled it off, and they got the win. I got to give them credit. You know what I'm saying? I keep thinking if Tua makes 3 passes in a game, I don't know how I do radio that week. Seriously. I have no idea how I survive radio that week if Tua throws 3 passes in a game. I mean, we would have the Tua haters losing their minds. You see, he sucks. He's so bad. They only have him throw 3 times, this, that, whatever. Meanwhile, everyone will forget that Peyton Manning played like that for an entire season. A whole year, Peyton Manning couldn't throw more than 10 yards downfield. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't matter. That's the beauty of football, is out-scheming the opponent. And sometimes you can win in the most unconventional ways, and that was as unconventional as it gets. 3 passes. I mean, Bob Greasy won a Super Bowl where he threw 6 or 7 passes, I think it was. It's 6 or 7. Seriously. In a Super Bowl. That's all he threw. So it's not like, let's not make it out like a Belichick thing. Somebody else did it, almost 50 years ago. In a Super Bowl game, they did it. They're like, yeah, we don't need really to throw the ball on you. We're going to run the ball, and our defense will control everything. And sure enough, Shoes was right. And Belichick kind of tore a page out of Shula's playbook this past week and said, yeah, we can beat this opponent. Our defense is strong enough to hold them, and our offense is strong enough to punch them in the mouth and control it on the ground. And sure enough, it's what they were able to do, man. Impressive as hell. So we're going to see what happens against the Miami Dolphins in that final week and see where the season stands. But that's it. It's going to be, you got to admit, at least the final, I know it sucks because the start put them in a position that, they're probably going to be on the outside looking in. I get all of that. That's probably what's going to end up happening. And, I'm not going to build myself up for playoffs because I know we probably fall short, unfortunately, because of the start. But it's going to be an exciting finish in a way. That will be a lot of fun, especially if you're able to win the next 3 games and get to that New England game, having won 8 in a row with a chance for 9 in a row and finish the season 10-7, and you hand New England a loss and all that stuff. That would be incredibly impressive for the Miami Dolphins if they're able to do that. It would be, I know it would, in the end, if they fall short of the playoffs, we'll be frustrated because of the poor start that set them up for failure. But at least, that litmus test of testing their character and their will, they'll pass that one if they're able to do that down the stretch. That's for sure. That would be actually really cool. What time does Caneswear close, Big O? I'll be there for the Jets game Saturday night, and I'm hoping to come through and grab some more swag if I can make it. I've got to look. I'll tell you during the break. When I get up, I'll check the times. But I want to say that it's like 9 o'clock, I think, that they're open till. I want to say that. And by the way, you could probably go to the website, which is what I'm going to do right now, caneswear.com. And I'm sure if you hit the website, you go to caneswear.com, and let's see what we do here. Let's see. Let me look at where are we at here? Orders. What the hell? New arrivals. Oh, so this is not really good for me to do on air while I'm doing this, but damn. Let's see where we have it at here. Trying to see where they would have the times on their what's it called? On their website. Let's see. No, I don't. Oh, 7 p.m. Open now till 7 p.m. Went Monday through actually Monday and Sunday they're open till 5 p.m. and they're open Tuesday through Saturday to 7 p.m. Okay? So Sunday and Mondays 5 p.m. and Tuesdays through Saturday 7 p.m. That's their times. How about that? So it takes you a minute, go to their Facebook page and you find it. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so Sunday and Monday, 5 p.m., 7 p.m. the rest of the week. It's a beautiful thing. All right, 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the program. 855-912-1056. Good variety of Dolphin gear. Yeah, dude, they have a bunch of Dolphin gear. Canes gear, obviously a ton. They've got Panthers gear. They've got Marlins. They've got Inter Miami. They've got it all, man. Yeah. You know what I should do? I should actually film a little something there for you and put it on Twitter at Big O Show, and you guys can check it out on Twitter. There. Okay. Although we do have the second camera we can have, you can go inside live. I love it. Good morning, O. Have a quick question. I was thinking about this morning. Has a head coach ever been fired from their role and stayed on the staff in another capacity? I don't think so, David. I've never heard of that in my life. That kind of stuff just doesn't happen because you want to get fired so you get your whole check, first of all. You know, like Manny Diaz needed to get fired so he can get paid his entire salary that was left. That way they're responsible. If he quits, then that's different. Then he has to give up his salary, and he doesn't want to do that. And then the second, I mean, David, nobody takes a demotion and stays in the same job. You know what I mean? Men just don't, not men, anybody with self-respect doesn't do anything like that. You know, you just leave and go find a job somewhere else. Especially if you have confidence in yourself, then you'll go somewhere else. That's what you do. What time? Let's see. What would you have thought the Pats would be on top of the AFC with a rookie? The more things change, the more they stay the same. It is amazing. But as I told you guys, the Patriots are going to struggle to be 500 this year. Let's see. Smash the button, y'all. It's like the tip jar. It's the only way to get the Big O Show out to other fans. It's a hard part of podcast. I know, over 100 watching, under 50 likes. That's right. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hit that like button, man. We need you to hit that like button. There's 52 right now. I see 124 right now on the chat board. Por favor, smash that like button. It is very, very important. Big O, will you ever do a watch party at Flanagan's? Also trying to make a Dolphin investment in a jersey. Might get Holland, but might want to go old school. Love the Ricky Williams 2002 jersey. I mean, that's cool. But I would get a Javon Holland one, man. How about a Jalen Phillips one? I mean, you know, he might be the new sack artist for years to come now with the Miami Dolphins. How about a Tua jersey, man? I got a Tua jersey. But actually, you know what, Anthony? You're inspiring me. I think I might get myself a Javon Holland jersey because I was a big Javon Holland guy before the draft. So, and when they got him, I was really, really happy. Andres says, I remember seeing UM players dancing on the sidelines, losing to FIU. That was like Manny ain't the dude. Oh, yeah, I'm with you there. Can you imagine them dancing around Mario Cristobal? He would have their ass. Okay? You are toast, dude. Let's see. Knowing how good the Heat marketing team is, they'll make a T-shirt work. Oh, the no groan zone. Is that what you guys are talking about? That was actually pretty good by Ira. I was listening on the whole Duncan Robinson thing. This is one of those tests, right? And we've seen it over the years with players. And Duncan Robinson is now facing that test. You know, you want that money, right? You demand that money, your agent negotiates all that money. Well, then with that money comes the expectations. And, I heard Ira and Clay talk about how his struggles at home compared to on the road and all that. Well, hey, bro, let's go. The BB's got to drop, you gotta strap it on, kid. Let's go. Get it done. Toughen up. You want the money, now you got to perform. That's all. And this happens throughout the history of sports. X has got a few interceptions this year, and they're in key moments and stuff. And you look at his year overall, he really hasn't had a good year. Those that follow it closely, that he hasn't really played well. But he has certain moments in around the country or whatever. People may point out, oh, wow, he's looking great, this and that. But he wanted he wanted the money, right? And he held out. Well, he hasn't really lived up to the money he wanted and all the demands that he's making. Well, Duncan's doing a lot less than X. At least X is making some plays and some game-changing plays that help out. Duncan's not doing it at all. And you wanted $95 million, kid? This is part of the game, bro. Mike Wallace came to Miami and wanted to be a number one wide receiver and get paid like a number one wide receiver. Well, he wasn't a number one wide receiver. The Dolphins were dumbasses for paying him that. And then came the pressure because he couldn't live up to that money. After you demand it, you then got to live up to it. And I'm not saying that Duncan's not going to live up to it. Shooters that are that good usually will find their groove. You know what I'm saying? But he is going through a rough patch right now, and it's got to be playing with him mentally. And I heard the guys, that was a good line by Ira talking about the no groan zone, that, when you see him miss that first shot in the arena at the FTX arena, I'm sorry, not to groan and all that, because maybe it's getting to him mentally a little bit, which I don't like to hear, which I hope that's not the case, because that's, weak. That's not something you want to hear. Let's see what else. Oh, have you watched Get Back? If so, what one Beatle would you want to be in your band and why? I will watch Get Back this weekend that I'm off. I have not watched Get Back yet, but I do want to watch it. Man, I kind of want to be John Lennon, but I have to see the show. But my problem with John Lennon is there's no way I would ever be attracted to Yoko Ono. That's my problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I got to be honest. She's just, and the terrible, that Yoko Ono's Plastic Ono band, or oh God, that music, that wasn't even music. That was terrible. Sorry, Sean. I know that that's your favorite band of all time. Plastic Ono, Yono, or whatever the hell that was called. But sorry to insult you on Yoko Ono there. He's got all her music. I mean, Sean is just, comes to Yoko Ono, you got to watch out with Sean. He's a big Yoko Ono fan.
I have a shrine for Yoko.
Huh?
I have a shrine built.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course. They have a son named Sean. They named this Sean after that Sean, and so he became a big Yoko Ono fan. That's kind of what happened.
That's how I choose things.
Right, exactly. Big O, do you think Joe Brady would be a good pickup as a coordinator for the Canes? Sir, do you think it would be good for you to dump $10 million in my bank account? Or $10 million of Bitcoin in my bank account? Or actually my fiat wallet? Yeah, hell yeah. What kind of a question is that? So, do you think Halle Berry, do you think going out with her would be a good thing? Yeah. Do you think Joe Brady would be yeah? I can't wait to see which offensive coordinator he gets. I definitely will go after Joe Brady. The only thing I worry about for Cristobal going after Joe Brady is that Joe went already to the NFL. And so you just wonder if the aspirations are there to already move on quickly. That's the reason why I don't want Lane Kiffin. And I'm glad that they hired Mario Cristobal because Lane Kiffin is a gypsy. Did you see the latest rumor that now they say he might be going to Oregon? And that's the problem, that when you hire Lane, it's like then you've got to deal with the rumor every offseason.
Every time he wants to up his money.
Right.
That's what he does.
Right. Exactly. And
I think the only school he didn't do that with was FAU for the little bit of time that he was here.
Because it was a stepping stone.
Yeah, once he was ready to go.
He was going to go.
He did, but you didn't hear that up until that point. He didn't do anything until he was ready to go.
Right. He kept saying, no, I'm here, and then I'm not. And he's gone. So, yeah, dude, I would love Joe Brady here, man. Are you kidding me, dude? That would be fantastic. But, again, the only thing I'm worried about is, and maybe you don't worry about it. Maybe if you only have him for 2 years and then he goes, whatever, you worry about it after. And see, the thing about Mario that I don't worry about as much as with other coaches is, and this is I bring it full circle. With Mario, I don't worry about him trying to find another coach because he can do that. With Flores, he can't find the initial coach. So, I don't even know how he's going to find the second and the third coach after he loses them. See what I'm saying? For those of you caught in the moment and prisoners of the 5-game winning streak and all that stuff. And so for Mario, the Joe Brady thing shouldn't be a concern. I'm wrong there. I'm wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong. And I got to say I'm wrong there. Even if he leaves 2 years later because he's got aspirations for the pros or something, you milk it. You take 2 years of Joe Brady, and then hopefully maybe you develop a disciple under him, or you just go on and move on and get somebody else, to take over for offensive coordinator. If you're a good coach, you'll find another good offensive coordinator. That's part of being a great head coach at any level, high school, college, the NFL, whatever. You're going to have to find, your good assistants to replace. And Mario can do that. So I'm not actually, Joe Brady would be awesome, even if it's only for 2 years. Okay.
Plus, you might get an invigorated Joe Brady just because of the firing.
Yep.
The way everything went down there.
Exactly. No, you're right. Xavier's a playmaker. I'm sure you don't want to see Noah Igbenogany out there. So, Miami Kid Jay, you were saying that about Tua too when he was playing, and everybody was saying he was sucking. And you were saying the same thing about Jalen Phillips too when he wasn't doing anything and he was sucking. You don't want to see Jalen Phillips out there, right? Is that what it is? And you were saying the same thing about Mike Gesicki when he was terrible his first year. You don't want to see him out there. That guy sucks. You see what I'm talking about, Miami Kid Jay? Stop overreacting on players that haven't played yet. Players that have so little playing time and so little experience, by the way, at corner because he was a wide receiver. There's a lot of factors going into the development of Noah Igbenogany. Yes, I know, I get it. He's a bust at the moment, but he's not a terrible player. He hasn't played enough yet to find out whether he can be good or he's terrible. And it's the same thing. People were complaining about Phillips and they should have gotten Rousseau. And they were complaining about Tua and they should have gotten Herbert. And all those people are looking incredibly stupid, just like all the idiots that were saying, fire Chris Greer, and now you have just eaten all your words. So, again, Hunter Long, Noah Igbenogany, wait till they actually play so we can actually judge them. To judge Noah Igbenogany off of a couple of performances is asinine. But if you want to do that, then I'm sure you did the same thing with some of those other players. Maybe not all of them, but you were wrong about some of those other ones. So you already made the mistake once, I'm sure, Miami Kid Jay. Why are you going to make the mistake again? Okay? Why are any of you going to make the same mistake over and over again? Can we just wait till they actually play? You want to say Austin Jackson can't play? Can't argue that. The guy's almost got 2 seasons under his belt. You've seen him plenty screw up all over the place. Okay. I can't say that about Noah, and I can't say that about Hunter. So I can't call those guys any kind of busts yet until they actually play. And believe it or not, one of those two corners are going to get traded in the offseason. They have to trade one of those two corners. They're going to have to play Noah. They're going to have to find out about Noah. You cannot draft a guy and not find out about him. So they're going to have to play the guy. So one way or another, somebody's going next year. And it's probably Xavier, because they're not going to want to deal with all the money crap once again. Truo, look at Whiteside balling out the first 2 years and stopped playing the final years once he got paid. And I don't know about balling out. His numbers were kind of deceiving at times. Let's see. What's the matter, Big O? You don't like crazy chicks that are out of their effing minds? LOL. They have all the great advice with no life experience. Yep, that's it. That's it. Plus, she broke up the Beatles. Sean started a mosh pit at a Yoko Ono show. He did. He did.
Sure did.
NorCal, you know his history well.
Read that autobiography.
He was in a plastic Ono bubble doing the moshing.
Best time of my life, except being here with you.
Thank you, sir. Ooh, a little U2. All right, they changed the channel. Bro, Big O, I'm starting to feel good about the UM football program. Well, you better. They're spending money, dude. This is something I never thought they would do. Give Pease a chance. Are you talking about Dean Pease? He's a good coach. David Triana, make sure you have some earplugs handy when you watch Get Back, because there's a few times when the band is jammy and Yoko's screeching into the mic. Really? Oh, God, they included her in that thing? Oh, God. She just rubs me the wrong way, dude. She broke up the damn Beatles, bro. Oh, Mana and Sandbox with some Polygon V-Chain and Cardano or Cardano. Yes, I like all of those. Now, Sandbox has made a run, and so has Mana. So remember, you're getting in on the parabolic move. So, but although they both have corrected a little bit, so that's all right. And then what was the other thing you put in there? Oh, Polygon has already gone up already, but it's going to go more. And VeChain is still a sleeping giant, and so is Cardano. So you're getting in good on those two, the last two. They're all good investments, man. They're all good investments, Andres. Just be patient, as always, with crypto. Jamie says, Big O, if given the option to take any coach to run the offense, who do you pick? No current NFL head coaches. Are we talking about UM? It's Joe Brady. That's it. Oh, by the way, if we're talking about the Miami Dolphins, Joe Brady. What the hell? Okay. That's it. Okay, so I want UM and the Dolphins fighting for Joe Brady. Let's see. The SATA mask audit is in progress, 75%. Really? Ooh, I'm going to get on board there and get some SATA. Let's see. Noah is just bad. You're sticking with him just to defend Chris. Again, Felix, you were the guy talking bad about Tua, talking bad about Jalen Phillips, and talking bad about Gesicki, right? No, right, Felix. No, you didn't say anything about their struggles, right? And you didn't say anything. And what is there to pick on Chris anymore, Felix? What is there to pick on Chris? All the players are developing. The only thing that isn't developing is the O-line, and that's because of the coaching. If you haven't figured that out yet, I can't help you. I don't know. This past year's draft is turning into one of the best drafts in Dolphin history. So I don't know. I don't know. What is there to pick on Chris? Are any of you out there that ignorant and stupid picking on Chris Greer at this point? So is that what you're saying, Felix? That you still think Chris Greer hasn't done a good job? I would love to know. Are you saying that? Big O, you went off on radically centrist about Ross being cheap. LOL. Yes. What about it? It's not going to be easy to get back that Hurricanes mystique again. I'm not. Where are you going, Willie? I don't understand, bro. What are you talking about? I know I went off of Ross for being cheap. He's not cheap. I'm not sure. What did you enjoy me ripping him? Is that what you're saying? I guess. Is that what it is?
I'm thinking he did.
I think that's what he's enjoying it. Okay.
Yeah.
And then it's not going to be easy to get back that Hurricane mystique again. Well, nothing in life is easy, Willie. You know what I mean? You know how many people laughed at me when I told them, "Well, no, I'm going to start my podcast." Huh? What? Podcast? What is that? Well, that's the future. Huh? You know, sometimes you got to explain to people, and you know, sometimes they don't understand what you're trying to do. That's all.
I was going to say the mystique might not be back, but Mario Cristobal's already getting FaceTime with 5-star defensive linemen.
Yes. Yeah.
The first morning at the job. That wasn't happening before.
Well, I'll tell you what. You had no shot at getting the mystique back the last 20 years. Now you got a shot at getting it back.
There's hope.
Now there's a shot now at getting it back. You had no shot before. So I'll take having a shot. Big O, agree with you on almost everything you have said about Flores, but if it would be your decision, how many wins will it take to give him the benefit of the doubt next season? Wow. It takes the AFC Championship game. Okay? All right, let's go. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt if he gets to the AFC Championship game. Because if he could get to the AFC Championship game with offensive staff, that would be pretty impressive. I think you guys still don't listen to me sometimes. Like you're watching the show. No, actually, you're listening, but you're really not paying attention. Has nothing to do with wins. Can he build an offensive staff? God. This is amazing how you have to repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like, I don't care about this winning streak for him. You know, I get he knows defense somewhat, but he doesn't know anything about offense, and he can't build an offensive staff. I don't know how many times I've got to explain this. You cannot be a head coach if you can't build a staff and rebuild a staff and rebuild a staff and rebuild a staff. It's not just one time. You've got to be able to do it over and over again, and he can't do it one time. He can't find a QB coach, he can't find an O-line coach, and he can't find an offensive coordinator. How many times do I have to repeat this? And you're not winning anything significant if you don't have a quarterback coach, if you don't have an offensive line coach, and if you don't have an offensive coordinator. I wish some of you would actually really pay attention to what people are saying. You obviously do this all over the place. You must piss off other people when they're talking to you and they're trying to explain something and you're not listening to them. It must be a habitual thing with some of you out there. Like you hear whatever you want and then you respond and say something that has nothing to do with what the conversation is all about. It's like the weirdest thing. Oh, I think Hunter Long will have the same trajectory as Gesicki. Gesicki was a huge disappointment his first year. Look at him now. Yeah, but Hunter is not even playing. At least Gesicki got that playing time to make all those mistakes. Hunter still has to go through that. So will Noah Igbenogany. Noah still has to go through that half a year. Hopefully it's only half a year of just screwing up. Remember, again, people aren't going to want to hear this. The guy got to Auburn as a receiver and then switched over to corner. He is not a natural corner. So it's something that he's going to have to grow into at this level. And so he hasn't even played a lot at this level. So then that becomes a little bit of a challenge for him. Big O, I was watching yesterday's show and you kept talking about Flo getting fired. I've seen a lot of bad coaching with the Dolphins in the past. Flo is not one of them. I'm not on the fire Flo after opted for. I get it, bro. I get it, but you didn't listen to all the things that if you paid attention, then you would listen and you would understand what I was talking about yesterday when I was mentioning that. Paul McCartney, you can tell that he wants to be the leader. Harrison and Lennon's body language is in Get Back. They just wanted to get out. Yoko Ono, I'm sure, was the orchestrator, and Lennon gave in. Either way, it was terrible with Yoko. 90 Miles from Cuba says, we are blessed. We have an owner like Ross willing to spend. May not have made the best decisions in GM and coaches, but spending money is not the issue with the Finns. Of course. Big O, with the $80 million cap space, the Finns need to go hard for O-line. I agree. Unless the head coach wants to still go young again. Let's see. Not that I'm hating on Greer. I think he has done a great job with this draft class. Oh, this draft class is amazing. And last year's draft class is turning out to be pretty good too. Really. It's a matter of waiting for Noah to play and see if he can play or not. But Brandon Jones is in that one, and Tua is in that one. They've got some. Raekwon Davis is in that one. There's some players in that draft too. They're already playing and helping. Just people are. Listen, once you hit on Tua, I don't care what comes after that. You added Brandon Jones, that's a bonus. You added Raekwon Davis, that's a bonus. If Noah turns out to be something, that's another bonus. If you got your franchise quarterback, they haven't been able to do that since Marino. Let me repeat that again. If you hit on Tua in last year's draft alone, you did something you haven't done since Marino. Once again, if you hit on Tua in last year's draft, you haven't done something since 1983. So if you want to pick on Chris Greer, you can go kiss my ass because you're an idiot. Are we clear on that? Are we crystal clear on that? So if you're worried and you got your little heart on, worried about Noah Igbenogany, whether he's going to be a player or not, if you have a franchise quarterback, I don't care what happened to the rest of the draft, to be honest with you. But if you got me Brandon Jones and you got me Raekwon Davis, you know what? You're doing pretty damn good in that draft. I don't care what Noah does in the end. You got me a franchise quarterback. So let's not lose sight that he may have gotten something that hasn't been done since 1983. Okay? That's a lot of GMs. That's a lot of people picking players. That's a lot of quarterbacks that have been drafted, and they all sucked, and none of them were good picks until this guy. So, enough said. I don't think there needs to be any more said after that. People have selective hearing, Big O. Coach needs to go. We need a coach that's been a player in the NFL. Your thoughts on what type of coach? You don't have to be a player in the NFL. I don't need you to be that. I just need you to be a good coach, to be able to build a staff, to be able to get along with people, to be able to know how to handle different personalities. And he has failed in every way of showing us that he can't handle different personalities. He has shown us that he can't hold a coaching staff. He can't find an offensive coaching staff. So there's a lot of problems there, to be honest. Let's see what else. I still think Flores needs to go. I agree with you as far as Tua. I would like to see him finish the season healthy. I would also like to see him play well down the stretch. Yeah, of course. We all do. We all want to see him healthy and finish and play well. But if he's playing well and he finishes healthy, you got your quarterback, dude. Big O, anyone who says Ross is cheap should be reminded about the contracts he gave to guys like Mike Wallace and Sue. Yep. Big O, if Tua attempted 3 passes, you think the media will be killing Tua because throwing in the wind weather and all that? Yeah, no, they would have killed him. The funniest part, like I said yesterday, the second and whatever right there in the red zone for the Bills, and Josh Allen can hit the back shoulder to Diggs, Tua wins that game for the Bills on Monday night. Because Tua's accurate. And the wind wasn't a factor. At that moment, it wasn't howling and it was a short pass. It wasn't something that you needed 40 yards downfield or something like that. That, yeah, with Josh Allen, he's gonna be able to knife through that wind a little bit more because he can throw it a little harder. But that short pass, Tua would have nailed it. Bills win that game with Tua. They lost the game because big arm Josh Allen doesn't have accuracy. He's still not an accurate passer, by the way. He's shown that this entire season. Every game I watch, there's always a handful of passes that he just misses, period. And they're bad throws. And he does it all the time. So some of the stuff that he was showing early in his career is kind of reared its ugly head this year. So I don't know if he got on a hell of a roll last year and things went his way, and sometimes that happens. You know what I'm saying? But he isn't as sharp this year as he was last year. He's actually more like he was in the second year, that he showed improvement, but he still had his erratic nature. And that's what we're watching, that he has gifts that the good Lord blessed him with. There's no doubt. He's got a wicked arm and he's got athleticism, but he still struggles in the area of accuracy. And that's why you size queens out there, you're all, it's 6'5", and you can throw 100 miles an hour, and none of that crap matters. Tua Tagovailoa wins the game on Monday for the Buffalo Bills. He makes the throw that Josh Allen can't make. But whatever. You guys, can go off and go crazy about it, and Tua stinks, and, Art of the Sport says, Big O, I will always remember when you were at 560 and you got into a huge argument with Joe Rose in Hollywood over Tannehill. Look who ended up being right. Well, that's, whatever, man. That's John Rouse is in the house. It's sports, brother. You're going to get them right and you're going to get them wrong. You know what I'm saying? So we got that one right, And we had fun with Joe and then Dominican Sue also. That one was another one that we got right also because they were all in love with Sue and he would change the defense. And I thought that was a bunch of crap and it was a terrible contract. And in the end, that's what it was, a terrible contract. Carlos says, Allen regressed to the mean. It was exactly what I told Bills fans who were sitting around me when we played them early in the season. Allen got lucky last year, too, because of a bunch of INTs he threw were dropped. Well, I don't know about that, but I saw him make some really good throws last year that I was impressed. And I said, wow, he wasn't making those throws before. I think everyone is talking about the future BS. Let's talk about how Miami will beat the Saints. Well, that's going to be taking on that defense, dog. That's really what it's all about, is facing that defense. For all ages, Coach Flo has most young warriors needed to be disciplined men, but in need of the right coach in the field. Okay. Have you seen mirrored videos of Tua throwing? Interesting how much better he looks when he's throwing right-handed. Okay. The guy's a left-handed quarterback. Let's just keep it let's just stay in reality, my brother. Let's not play with mirrored quarterbacks, you know what I mean? So next thing you're going to tell me is, well, why don't we have a hologram Marino play for us? Oh, you like that idea, huh? So the hologram drops back, right? And when he throws, it's like there's like a machine inside the thing that as he throws, it releases the ball. And it would release it to the pinpoint accuracy of where Marino was aiming at. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're going with? Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, we can do that, and then why not just start hologramming receivers too?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Running backs as well.
Yeah, no. We should hologram like 8 pairs of arms for Preston Williams. That way he'll never drop another pass again.
He'd still fumble it around.
Probably. Maybe if we give 8 arms to Austin Jackson, he might be able to block.
No, just give him more holding penalties.
I like Greer Flo. Just out of curiosity, does Greer get a pass for trying to replace Tua with Watson? No matter how you spin it, Greer is attached to that story and tried to get a deal done. Are you sure it was Greer? Are you sure? Because last time I checked, it was the owner trying to talk to him, right? Are you sure it wasn't the owner? I love how some of you assume. You know what I mean? This is the same guy. Ross Romero is the same guy that blames Greer for something that happened 10 years ago. Oh, well, he's part of the organization. I always love some of you when you do that. I mean, it's the dumbest thing in the world. It's as ignorant as it gets. The guy was never in charge, but you're gonna blame him for something that happened 7 years ago. Well, he's part of the organization. Oh, I've never heard of that with anybody else. Only with Chris Greer. Come on, man. Jose Banos, thank you for a little love on the super chat. He says, Big O, check out this right-handed pass Tua threw last year. I sent it via Twitter. Yeah, but he's not a right-handed quarterback. He's a left-handed quarterback. Relax. Big O, Tannehill had a great arm too, but was not accurate. We had to deal with 8 years of that. I prefer Tua's accuracy and pocket presence every day of the week and twice on Sundays. I'm with you. That's what makes a real quarterback. Smart, accurate, ball placement, anticipation. When you can do those kind of things, you can be a great quarterback, dude. Oh, did John bring you a portable AC, heater, or kitchen appliance? Not this time, Doug. Not this time. He's slacking, by the way. No appliances, no AC, no brownies. Because, sometimes he brings us those special brownies. No, they're normal brownies, by the way. Sure they are. Anyway, so what else does he bring us? Oh, pastels. He's brought us some pastels. He's amazing. Scott Poles was a decent center fielder with the Marlins. I love Fred Davis. He just comes up with these weird things. Didn't he put up I didn't read it out loud, but I think he put Constantine Popa. Larry Shannon was a bust he put. What else? He just puts these random thoughts out there. Let me see if I can find the other. He put like Constantine Popa was a great center or something like that. It was funny. It did make me laugh, Fred. I didn't read it out loud until now that I mentioned that you did it. But yeah. Is Cristobal coaching the Sun Bowl or is Diaz finishing? No. One of the assistant coaches is, you remember which one?
Jess Simpson.
That's it. That's it. Jess Simpson is coaching the Sun Bowl. Mario's too busy recruiting, bro.
Well, he did say that he would help them out if needed because they have played Washington State.
Yeah. But I think he's going to let those players connect with the coaches that were there and kind of finish out the season.
Yeah, he said out of respect, he's gonna let them finish their season that they earned, the bowl game that they earned, and let them play it out. So,
yeah, Mario's,
and then also he's, I think, going to be looking at the coaches and seeing how they react to see which way he's going to go with some of these other coaches.
Yeah, because he's going to need coaches. Yeah, Mario's a classy guy, bro. He's just going to handle things. He just does things. He's old school, dude. He just does things the right way. He's a hard worker. Oh, ask Sean if he goes back to wrestling, can he please let his ring persona be Hologram Marino? How about that?
Yeah, I think, you know what? I would go back to wrestling to wrestle Hologram Marino.
Oh, now you're talking. But you're going to piss off a lot of people if you injure Hologram Marino.
Oh, no. I'll put Hologram Marino over. Come on, man. Come on.
Wait, that's just wrong. You're injuring Marino, even
pro
if it's
wrestling.
a hologram.
It's pro wrestling. I'll put Marino over.
Okay,
I'll let him win. I'll put him over.
Over. Okay, that's what I see. I'm not.
Why are you trying to turn the people against me?
I would
sorry, not take out Marino.
I didn't have the lingo down pat there. I'm sorry, my bad.
I wouldn't even do. I would just lay down. I would be the finger poke of doom, and I would lay down and let hologram Marino because I don't even want to take a chance of accidentally slipping and maybe taking out a knee or Achilles or something.
Well, there's only one Achilles left. See, he never repaired the other, so that's a good thing. Frank C says another point on Josh Allen loss. Josh couldn't make the passes because he was finally facing the kind of pressure Tua gets all the time, and Allen pooped the bed. It's funny. Big O, if Manny spent as much time preparing his team on tackling, blocking, and making plays as he did on his press release, he might still have a job. What?
Didn't Cristobal kind of say something yesterday during his press release or during his press conference?
About what? About what?
And one of the things he was like, you have to actually go out there, work, and earn it. It's not just sending tweets.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he did say that. Well, let me see what it says here. This guy says, where is it? Ross says, last time I checked, Greer's in charge and the GM is responsible for building the roster. You give him credit for all the positives, but none of the negatives. Are you sure that Greer wasn't involved? I'm not sure that he was or wasn't, but you're assuming he is. And by the way, last time I checked, what did I say Greer screwed up in? What have I said over and over again? That might get him even fired.
Let me see. Let me go back through the video. Oh, because he hired Brian Flores.
Exactly. I've said that. I'm not picking on personnel. They're fine. They're doing a great job in personnel. Okay? The personnel side, I have no problem with what's gone on the first 3 years under these guys. But I will say for Chris Greer and company, if you want to save your ass long term, you might want to get off the flow train in the offseason. If you stay on the flow train, he might take you down with him. That's all I'm saying. Hour number 2 is next. We'll have the Flow press conference also in hour number 2. And Alan Poupar will join us at noon. Let's take a break. Give me a couple minutes to reset right here on the Big O Radio Show live from Caneswear in Davie.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner, Craig Zinn's.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. That's BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Friday, hour number 2 of the program. We're going to play the Brian Flores press conference for you in a few minutes. You tell me when it's ready to go. and we will have that press conference for you. We'll go over that at the top of the hour. We're going to be joined by Alan Poupart with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report, which is a beautiful thing. Love that as always. Dolphins are off this week, so no Sports Grill. We're not at Sports Grill. A couple people actually sent me a text. Hey, man, I'm kind of off this weekend. You're gonna be at Sports Grill? I'm like, no, we're not at Sports. No Dolphin game, so we're not at Sports Grill. We got a week off from Sports Grill. I don't even know what we're gonna do, Sean. I mean, we've got Saturday and Sunday off. I don't know what to do with my time. Now, I know what I'm going to do, my brother. I'm going to be relaxing, taking it easy. That's what I'm going to do for 2 days. All right. Well, we got the Flow press conference ready to go. All right. I like it. All right. So let's play the Brian Flores press conference. Let's hear what Flo had to say, and then we'll go over his comments. If there were anything that was earth-shattering or anything that he said that actually made sense or was newsworthy, let's hear from the head coach, Brian Flores. Go ahead, Mr. Sean.
This play as well seemingly has improved.
I think the guys are working hard. I think they're making improvements as a unit, well, individually and as a unit, and I think they're going to continue to just try to get better on a daily basis. It's a young group, and they're developing, getting a lot of experience, and I think they're improving every day.
And one quick follow on that. Was a decision, do you think, to move Rob Hunt to guard this year, in your mind and Len's mind, has that been validated? Do you think he is at the right place? Are you glad you did it? Do you think he's playing at a high level?
I think Rob works hard every day. I think he tries to help the team as best he can, and that's what we ask of all our players.
Do you think that pass protection is maybe a step ahead of run blocking at this point?
You're talking overall with the entire unit?
For the offensive line, yeah.
What was the question again?
Do you think that pass protection is perhaps a step ahead of where run blocking is?
Look, I think our guys work hard. I think they're improving in all areas: pass protection, run blocking, getting out on screens. Yeah, I think our guys work hard, and they'll continue to work hard in all areas.
Brian, and I might be wrong, but the presumption that this time of year practices would taper a little bit, given just wear and tear on bodies and where you are in the calendar and all that. How has Tua been able to be so effective and so sharp, guessing that you guys aren't having the same number of reps you would have, say, in July or earlier in the season?
I think he's preparing the right way. I think he's getting a good amount of reps in practice. That always helps. Practice walkthroughs, meetings, watches extra film, and showing up on the field.
One of the things that players and coaches have said a lot this week is about the opportunity to self-scout. And I was wondering if you can kind of dive into explaining some of the things that you guys, look for and what exactly goes into the self-scout.
Really everything. Our operation as a coaching staff, how we practice, how we schedule things. Obviously on the field, first down, second down, third down, red zone, 2-minute, 4-minute, punt return, field goal protection. I mean, really everything. And what are some things we can do better? What are some things that we should continue to do? Some things we should stay away from? What are the best things individual players do within a coverage or a concept offensively? Who our best blockers are in a return game? Who our best blockers are in a run game? Who our best protectors are? I think you kind of go through all of that.
I guess it's a constant throughout the year. I think self-scout's probably a term that gets used more in a bye week than the other week of the season. But is it more in depth?
Yeah, certainly more in depth. I mean, when you have an opponent coming up, there's only so much you can time. I mean, there's only so much time, so we have more time to devote to us and what we've done in certain situations throughout the year, as opposed to where we'll be working on the run game for the for the Jets, or third down for the Jets, or punt protection for the Jets. So
how do you sort of assess and evaluate the opportunity to tendency break versus, oh, you know what, we do this a lot in this situation because it works. We don't need the tendency break that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good coaches in this league. I think anything you do, there's something to beat it. So that's just the game. The game's that's just how the game is. If you play a coverage, there's something that beats that coverage. So I try to basically assume that our opponents are looking at that, and they'll try to come up with some answers.
One area where I'm sure you want improvement still is the run game. It's a 3.3 per carry now. Are you optimistic that Phillips' ankle will be healthy enough for him to be a factor the last 4 games? And your thoughts overall on where the run game is?
Yeah, I think it's an area we need improvement. I think we'll keep trying to keep putting an emphasis on it, keep running it, and hopefully we'll get the improvement necessary to get the results we're looking for.
And with Philip, does it look like he'll be able to be healthy enough to help you?
We got a walkthrough today. He'll be part of the walkthrough, and we'll see how he feels next week.
Just think of Michael Flores getting the AFC.
I think Mike's. I thought he punted well the other day. Helped us from a field position standpoint. I think he's gotten better over the course of the year, and we needed those kicks, and it was a big part of the game on Sunday.
Named your guys' nominee for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award. I just wanted to see if you would speak on what that nomination means and just kind of what he does here in the community in South Florida.
I think it's being nominated to be Walter Payton Man of the Year is it's a great honor. I think it kind of highlights the player on the field, but more importantly off the field and in the community. And I think Jerome's made an impact, obviously, with our team on the field, but certainly in the community as well. I'm just thinking about the Haiti situation. I know he was very involved in helping them during that situation, and he does a lot for the community. So I'm proud of him for that, and it's certainly an honor for him to be nominated.
Will either Will Fuller or Malcolm Brown participate in the walkthrough today? Is there any change in what they're now able to do compared to what they couldn't do in recent weeks?
Yeah, I mean, no, they won't be part of the walkthrough today.
Ryan, knowing you, your attitude and how hard you go, how hard you coach, is it difficult to stop for this week, to take this time off for you?
In some ways, yes. You get on a routine. I try to stay on my routine, so I've been watching the Jets, trying to stay on my routine, but without a game, I would say it's a little bit. Someone who tries to go, I think it's something that's tough, but I'll spend the weekend with my family. And
to have you these days for them after that Jets game?
Maybe. No,
I just read the pause. In other sports, guys talk about getting on rolls. Basketball shooter gets hot, baseball hitter gets hot, these sorts of things. Can that happen in football? Particularly, like X has said that he feels on a roll again. He can't manufacture an interception. The ball has to be thrown his way, and he has to make a play. But is there something to that? How a guy can get hot in football as well, and just whether it's karma or whatever, the things just sort of break for him?
Look, it's the ultimate team sport. So if you're talking individually, I don't, it's just not an individual game. So if somebody can get hot in basketball and make every shot, go out there and hit 4 home runs, that can happen. In football, you need help. Somebody's got to throw you the ball. Somebody's got to block for you. Somebody's got to rush. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that have to happen. So team game, and a lot of people got to play well to get the results you're looking for. A lot of people got to communicate. A lot of people got to have to trust each other. So it's different. That's kind of the beauty of the game. That's kind of my take on that.
With so much time before your next game, is there such thing as over preparation, or looking at too much film, too much time?
I think that's case by case and person by person. You may need to watch 10 minutes and be good. I may need a little bit longer. So, I've heard that before. Over prepare. I think everyone's a little bit different. I think that was the case when we were all in school. Some guys, and I was good at math, so I didn't really need to, spend a lot of time on that. There's some people who aren't good at math and need to spend more time. I was no good at science, so I had to spend more time on that. So, maybe I had to over prepare for. I think it's case by case. So, each person individually, I think, has to kind of figure out what they need. And only that individual person knows whether or not they've over prepared or not. That's kind of my feeling on that.
So you're not like telling players, okay, take some time away from the game. Don't study this every single day. Don't oversaturate your mind.
No, I'm just certainly telling them to take some time, relax, get off their feet, get some rest, get away from it. I think you need that too. And you need balance. I thought you were talking about just a normal week.
Oh, no, I meant like during a bye week, or even the mini bye, or just when you have so much time before your next opponent. Like, is there such thing as being too prepared or studying too much, like you're saying in school?
Yeah, I think it's case by case. Yep. Nice.
There we go. That's the head coach, Brian Flores. I did love when Barry Jackson asked him at the beginning, was the move of moving Hunt to guard justified? And he says, well, he works hard. He tries to help the team. That's what we want from all the players. He doesn't say that he did justify it or not. It just he does everything he possibly can not to answer the question. He does everything he can to remember every cliche possible. But he is really good at being boring at times. I tell you, he learned well from Belichick in that sense of trying to give you absolutely nothing when he is at the podium. There really wasn't much of anything there that was maybe newsworthy. I'm trying to think of something, but it almost felt like maybe he would give you a little more the first couple of years. And then this year, it just seems like he's gone very, I don't know. It's weird. It's like generic. It's like he crafts everything to make sure, and he's thinking about exactly everything he's going to say to make sure it's saying nothing. God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
The ums are like by the thousands. If I was Barry, I'd say, so are you going to actually answer my question or nah? Andres says, that was torture, Big O. Vanilla Flow, rough to listen. No, I know. It's tough.
That's for not listening to O will make you listen to Brian Flores.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yep. By the way, Panthers ended up losing last night in a shootout to the Blues, 4-3. Verhaeghe had 2 assists. Knight had 26 saves in the game. Barkov and Hubie had goals, but not enough. They at least picked up a point on the road, so that's cool. Friday, by the way, they're in Zona to take on the Coyotes. And then Sunday, they take on the Avalanche in Colorado. So that's the 3-game. That'll be the 3-game road trip for them. Then they come back home. They are just amazing. Brother, 17-4-4. It's pretty impressive. 17-4-4. They are. See, you watch the difference between the Heat and the Panthers right now. So the Panthers, well, they just got Barkov back, but they were missing Barkov and Duclair, by the way, and Forsling. But with Barkov, that's like the equivalent of Bam, let's say. And you see the difference, right? And you lose Bam and Jimmy, and the Heat are a shell of what they are. And you see how deep the Panthers are, that throughout the Barkov injury, they kept winning, dude. And Hubie took the next step. And, this last night they get Barkov back, but obviously they couldn't get it done. But still, it's pretty impressive to see what the Panthers have done and how they're able to overcome injuries because they're so deep. Normally in years past, they lose a Barkov and that just cripples their team. And that just has not been the case this year. Whenever they do have injuries, they're able to overcome them. So last night it sucked that they lost in the shootout. But again, I will remind you, they did pick up a point along the way. And that is incredibly important for them because they just seem to be picking up points in almost every damn game.
I was going to say, to go on your point, what happened with Ekblad late last season.
Yeah.
Going into the playoffs, they were down that defense, that man. They really didn't have
Made
that
a huge
depth
difference.
that they needed.
Yeah. Yeah, and Zito's been so good at building this team with depth, dude, and he finds guys that are just going to end up helping. And then they've had a couple of guys like Anton Lundell who they call up and holy crap, you got a youngster like that playing so well. Heat are back in action tonight. They take on the Bucks. No Jimmy, no Bam, no Markieff Morris. That's not going to be good, obviously. I think Jimmy hasn't been officially ruled out yet, right? I think if that's the case, but it seems like he's probably not going to play. But Markieff is probably out. Bam is probably out. And if you lose Jimmy, you know what? Even if you have Jimmy, the way the team is playing right now, Bucks are deep, man. They can play defense. It's going to be a bitch of a game tonight for the Heat at FTX Arena. I gotta program myself to keep remembering that it's FTX Arena, and I'm the crypto guy. So Don Smith says, you are so wrong, Coach Flores. He doesn't have to answer the questions. No, you're right. He doesn't have to answer the questions. But I'm not wrong that they should fire him. That part I'm right. But he answers no questions. Like, it's kind of lame. Like the Hunt one, could he have said, yeah, no, he's justified the move. He's played really well. We like what he's done at guard. He's grown into that position. You think he can't say that? Why wouldn't he be able to say that? Even if he doesn't believe it, but he wants to sell it that way, he can still say it. Well, Rob works hard. That's what we ask of all our players. I mean, give me a break, dude. Answer the question. That's not a question that hurts you. You're not divulging any kind of information to the opponent in 2 weeks. Okay? The Jets aren't sitting there in their, coaching room and game playing. Well, Flores really likes Robert Hunt at guard. All right, so what do we do with that? Nothing. He could have had something nice to say about Robert Hunt, that he liked his development. Ask Flo if he loves his wife and kids. I know that people in society love their families. I can say I do as well. Just like the other guy. Giovanni, that was a perfect answer right there. I went to the bathroom. Flo speak does that to me. It loosens up bowels. Is that what it does? When Flo speaks, it flows. Okay, all right, okay, I got you. Funny, Big O, you used to rave about Flo. Don't tell you crap now that you're annoyed with it. Yeah, so I like Adam Gase the first year too. Didn't like Adam Gase the second year and the third year. I love the Manny Diaz hire. By the end of the first year, didn't love the Manny Diaz hire. What do you want me to do, Thomas? Okay, so if I think something's wrong, I'm supposed to stick with it? Is that how you look at things? Okay. I happen to be a little different than you, my brother. Okay. I liked Adam Gase the first year, 10-6. I said, okay, it looks like maybe you got a coach. Like what I see. Year 2 started. By the end of that year, I wanted Adam Gase out. And in year 3, I wanted to get Adam Gase out, and they finally got him out. Manny Diaz, Thomas, after the first year, I was done with Manny Diaz, and I wanted him hired. But the difference between you and me, Thomas, is I realized when I made a mistake, and I'm going to move on from the mistake. The worst thing you do is compound the mistake by actually continuing the mistake. You know, like extending Joe Philbin after he wins a meaningless game against Minnesota. Not exactly sure. See, I think the smart person is the person that actually takes a step back and analyzes what they're looking at and says, no, I'm wrong. Well, no, I'm right. I was never a Tannehill guy. Some of you suckers bought into the crap that was going on in Tennessee the last couple of years. And you actually thought he turned into a good quarterback. And I told you, no, he's not a good quarterback. He's a game manager. And sure enough, what's gone on? So am I supposed to go against my gut? Go against what I see? What do you want me to do? I get it, Thomas. You make a mistake and you compound the mistake because you continue to make the mistake. Well, I'm a little different, my brother. When I notice it's a mistake, I try to move away from the mistake. That's the difference. That's all. Sometimes you have to be able to reassess the decisions you make in life. And you have to be objective enough to then say, I was right or I was wrong. That's all. A lot of us wanted Manny Diaz. We were wrong. We were all excited, rah, all he did with the defense. We were worried that maybe, if that they were going to steal him away from Rick eventually. Well, now Rick ends up stepping down, and we go, well, wait a minute. Let's get Manny Diaz back. I was one of those guys. But after the first year of watching him as a head coach, am I supposed to say, oh, no, Manny Diaz is going to be a good coach? No, dude. I'm supposed. Wait a minute. Hold on, Thomas. I'm supposed to say Manny Diaz is going to be a good coach because he's Cuban and I'm Cuban. So it's a law for me that I have to root for the Cuban. Is that what we're saying now, too? So which one is it? Am I supposed to continue with the mistake? Or am I supposed to assess after the first year and say, yeah, no, this was a bad decision. He doesn't know how to organize. And that's why I quit on Manny, because he couldn't organize. His teams were unorganized. The reason I've quit on Flo is because he can't build a coaching staff and can't manage relationships. What do you want me to do? I don't believe in Flo anymore. I wasn't a Sperano fan. I didn't like settling for field goals. I wasn't a Philbin fan. What do you want me to do? I didn't even like that one. I was right from the get-go because they hired him and I said, terrible hire. So some Dolphin fans hated me at that moment because I never gave Joe Philbin a chance, ever. Because I talked to enough people in Green Bay, and that's all I needed to know about him. You know. Don Smith says, it's called being a hypocrite, Orlando. Coach Flores doing a great job, 5-game winning streak. Yeah, Don Smith. And Dave Wannstedt won 11 games twice and 10 games once. And he's a great coach, Don. He's a great coach. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it's justified, Don. Yeah. The 5-game, that you're just a prisoner of the moment, my brother. That's all. You're just a little emotional fan, Don Smith, that you just don't really have the balls actually to look at the big picture. That's all. You're just caught in the moment. You don't really look at the 1-7 start, the fact that he didn't even know how to play Jalen Phillips, didn't play the right defense, can't hire offensive coaches. It's all right, my brother. It's all right. He didn't even want to start Tua. He really wanted to make it work with Jacoby Brissett. But that's all right, my brother. You get caught up in this 5-game winning streak. I got it. I got it. Dave Wannstedt's fantastic too, sir. He won 11 games twice. That makes him a great coach, man. Yeah. Yep. And remember, Adam Gase won 10 games also. He's phenomenal. He's phenomenal. So, is what it is. Let's see. Tannehill still freezes under pressure. Yes, he does. Dean Brown says, so Big O, you change your mind like the weather? LOL. Yeah, because I've changed my mind about Chris Greer, have I? I changed my mind about Tua, have I? Did I change my mind about Gesicki? Did I change my mind about Jalen Phillips? Did I change my mind about Jalen Waddle? I don't think so. But you can be selective if you want. Again, is it changing your mind because you're smart enough to see what's in front of you? So Dean Brown, I was supposed to stay liking Manny Diaz after the first year. So that's smart? Huh, Dean? That's smart. Is that the smart thing to do? Talk to me. Huh? So if I see that something's wrong, I'm supposed to stay with it. That's the logical approach, is what you're saying, Dean. It's not if you married an axe murderer, stay married to her. Don't divorce her. No. You made a commitment, Sean. If she kills you, the right thing to do is stay with it. Even if you made a mistake, stay with it. Because that's what Dean Brown does. He's the guy that loves to make mistakes and then continues to make mistakes. Now I see, Dean Brown, why you're probably a Manny Diaz fan. I get it now.
Remember, I'm a Yoko fan, so
yeah, no,
I don't know all about it.
You've made the ultimate mistake.
I have, and I'm
you're
gonna
right.
keep doing it.
You're right. No, you're right. You're right about that. He says, I don't follow sorry Hurricanes. No, Dean Brown, has nothing to do with Hurricanes. It has to do that you're a stupid mofo that actually will follow a mistake you made. That's all. It's pretty simple. You just explained it to me. Because you think it's bad to change your mind. You think you should, after you make a mistake, you should follow through with that mistake and continue down that same road. So you're the guy that wants to keep Ryan Tannehill around. I got you, Dean. I got you, buddy. Just say, oh, I'm not a very bright guy. I normally like to, follow through on my mistakes and continue to make those mistakes. Why would I address a mistake and correct it? I mean, how does that make any sense, right, Dean? Makes no sense to correct a mistake. Bonehead play calling puts us in this must-win situation. We have to hope that there's no more bonehead play callings for the rest of the season. Well, Nelson, you better not hope that that the Dolphin season doesn't come down to a challenge. Because, Flo is so good at challenges. And Caddyshack goes, Dean, you're not helping your case. Dean's buried already, bro. We threw dirt on Dean's grave already a while ago. He buried himself. Let's see. Ronald says, nobody ever gets everything right. A lot of critics out there. Got to have the balls to state your opinion and correct it sometimes. Of course. You're going to get it right all the time? Hell no, dude. You're going to get it wrong. But I'm certainly not sticking with Manny Diaz after that first year. That I think I made the right decision after that first year saying, yeah, nah, he's not the guy. That's not the guy to move forward with the Canes. Good thing is, like I said earlier on the show, hope is here. That's the good thing. Hope is here. Now, the question I have about Manny, the question I have now about Mario is, what's the timeline for some of you out there? Because patience is hard to tell to a Dolphins fan, to a Canes fan, Marlins fan. It's these kind of fans, like the Heat fan can be patient because they've had a lot of success and they've won a lot, right? The Panther fan can't be patient. They've been waiting forever. You know what I mean? So what is the timeline? What is reasonable for Mario to win the ACC? Is it 2 years? Is it 3? Is it 4? I don't think it's 1. Although I will say this, with the right transfers from that transfer portal, because you can't expect all your young guys to come in and make the difference, and the recruits and all that whatever you pick up this year. But if you can load up on the transfer portal side, you actually could have a chance of competing this year because you've got the quarterback. But is 2 or 3 years pretty realistic for Mario Cristobal, right? You figure? At least the first year, you got to go to a decent bowl game. But by years 2 and 3, you got to be challenging for the ACC title. And maybe even possibly winning it. And that's the one thing that's going to be interesting because I will give Diaz credit on this. He did recruit a couple of really nice players. Okay? Not that I think he can coach and not that I think he can organize a football team to have the kind of discipline that you need in order to succeed at a high level. That would be my problem with Manny anyways. But I do feel that Mario, coaching-wise, can get that kind of discipline out of these kids. So what is the proper timeline now? Because this isn't the kind of rebuild that it's been in the past. I'll give Diaz credit. He added some pieces, and Mario just needs to kind of augment what's there and obviously put together a better coaching staff than what they had at the University of Miami. And the culture has to completely change. Okay? This is a soft team at times over the years. They don't have swag. They don't possess the toughness and the smarts that you need. Look, Canes teams in the past were so good that sometimes they didn't have to play so smart. They could make mistakes and still kick your ass by 30, but that's when they were so damn good. They have to get to that point in order to overcome that. But before that, you need to be really disciplined as much as possible. If you're going to beat the Alabamas of the world, if you're going to compete for a championship, that's the question. What is the timeline now for Mario? And I was thinking 2 years is probably, I want to see you in the mix for that ACC title in the next 2 years. I think that's a legitimate timeline right now because you've got Van Dyke, because you've got some players on defense, you've got those safeties that are just absolutely special. So you've got an opportunity to, I think, be very competitive early on because you're a better coach. You should be a better staff. You should be better prepared week in and week out. But that talent-wise, I think in the next year or two, you should be right there to compete for. I'm not telling you national title, but I'm telling you at least that ACC title. With the way Clemson's taken a step back, and now they're going to lose their AD, and they've lost their defensive coordinator. I can't. I gotta imagine that Dabo Swinney is going to take a step back or two. I have to imagine that. Big O, let me come on your show and debate you. Come invite me on your show. I will tell you in your face you were wrong about Tannehill. Don, first of all, my brother, you got your shot there. You got your text in. I don't need to invite you to tell me anything about Tannehill. Once you're telling me that, now I know you don't know jack shit about football. So there you go. You already lost your opportunity by trying to even defend Tannehill. You're pretty close to even getting blocked on the show just for defending Tannehill. How about that? Okay. That, like I said, I don't really tolerate stupidity. So, if you want to defend Tannehill, then yeah, you're definitely going to get blocked because I don't have time. All right. I'm 55. Life is short, and I've learned that losing my best friend last week. I kind of know that life is short. I don't have time to deal with morons that actually think Tannehill can actually be a franchise quarterback 10 years into his career. Big O, the players always take on the coach's mentality and demeanor. I'm with you 100%. And let's hope so, man. And you get a different kind of player here. Big O, what up? I live in Charlotte, but from West Palm Beach. Let's go Fins. We rock with Tua. Damn straight. Pablo says, Miami invented the swag. You have to dance with the one that brought you. Go back to the attitude. I think they're going to go back to it. Lena is saying, I'm trying to manifest Joe Brady to the Canes as OC. I'll take it. That would be really, really good one. Two Extreme says, Big O, Manny Diaz recruited players, but didn't know how to coach them to their full potential. I'm very confident Mario will recruit and coach the players at their maximum potential. I agree with you 100%. Do we play Clemson in the regular season next year? I know we play A&M. Andres, I have zero idea if they play Clemson next year. I hope so. Flo, as a head coach, is also a rookie that is learning. Let's show some patience. I love when somebody says that. And so for 3 years now, he's not a rookie anymore, by the way. He hasn't found an offensive coordinator, an O-line coach, or a quarterbacks coach. So how do you expect him to do it in year 4? That's how I always end every conversation because nobody has an answer. Do you know why? They can't answer it. Because the proof is in the pudding. For 3 years now, he's made 7 changes in 3 years. 7 changes in 3 years. How long you want to wait? Polygon is on a roll. Yeah, what is it, 255 now? I told you all for weeks. Get on the Polygon train. It's going to explode. Get on the Polygon train. It's going to explode. And the Polygon train is exploding. Let me see where it's at right now. Let me get a refresher here on Poly and see what's the latest. Here we go. Polygon right now, ladies and gentlemen, is at $2.51. It's up actually 2.51%. Interesting. The percentage is up. It matches the price it's at right now. 251. 251. Been telling you for weeks, right? And was it let's see. I'm gonna hit the month cycle here. And it was $1.48 on November 18. and now it's at 251. So in 3 weeks, it went up $1. Not a financial advisor, just a guy that loves crypto. That's just me. I just love me some crypto. And if you stake it, you can stake it for 10, 12%. You can stake it on OK Coin for 17%, 15%. You buy Polygon on OK Coin, and they have a wicked 15.49% you'll get. So not only would it have gone up $1 on you in the last 3 weeks if you would have bought it when I told you, you're also gaining 15% interest on top of it going up $1. I'm just saying, if you, want to make a couple of decent investments there. Sammy says, Big O, did you hear all the shots Mario took at Manny? He kept saying it's more than a tweet. Of course. It's more than a tweet. I mean, Manny was kind of, petulant in his little goodbye letter. Manny had every opportunity to prove people, oh, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you. Good to see you again, man. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for reminding me I'm old too. I got my cigar here, baby. Love it. Love it. Appreciate you, man. That is very nice. Very nice. Thank you all for coming by and saying hi, man. We had Nico come by. We had what's it called? John Rouse in the house. So now I am getting a shade. This looks like a Connecticut wrapper. I like it. I like it. Very nice in the cedar tube. Nice. I like it. I like it. Enjoy a little cigar. Maybe this weekend. I'm off this weekend. Maybe I'll sit in the backyard. Dogs are running around, enjoying a little smoke. Why not? It's not a bad thing. I'm sorry. What was I reading before? Anyway, let's see. What else do we have here? During Flores' first year, he fired our experienced O-line coach because he said Dieter wasn't ready. I have a hard time believing after this year he'll get it right. No, Tommy, it gets better than that. Do you remember what the coach was wanting to do? He fired him because he wanted to play Dieter at center. Two coaches later, where does he end up? Center. Flo knows everything, bro. He'll tell you everything about scouting. He'll coach the entire offense. He'll coach the special teams. He'll coach wide receivers. He'll coach defense. He'll sign contracts. He knows everything, bro. He walks into that building and he tells everybody everything that they need to do and doesn't listen to a damn thing. He knows. He had Tua healthy enough to play, but nah. He'll still keep Jacoby, Jabroni Brissett there. And some of you are still suckered by 5 games. That's the amazing thing. Atlas is at 12 now. I'll buy the dip if I could. Damn right, dude. It was at 12.46. I think the last time I checked it this morning. Right now, let me see. And I got to tell you something. Maybe I'll buy some right now. It's at 12.47. Yeah, 12.47. Yeah, Star Atlas that's a bargain. It's a bargain. That thing was over 20 cents. So it's going to go up almost 7.5 cents from here. You know what I'm saying? So, Star Atlas is one that it is worth it. I'm telling you. It is worth getting. It is worth purchasing to get a little Star Atlas on OK Coin. And then when you buy Star Atlas on OK Coin, you know what you see when you buy? You see it making it rain is what happens on Star Atlas. They make it rain. You buy it, see? And you make it rain, baby, rain. Making it rain. We just added Atlas to the account. Yeah, 1247 is good. I was wondering maybe it'll go down a little bit, but there you go. Yeah, what the hell? Added a little Star Atlas to the account. Nothing wrong with that. I love Star Atlas. In a year or two, we'll be laughing about Star Atlas. Again, patience. You got to just buy it and stash it and leave it there. Don't worry about it. Let's see. The problem with Flo is that he wants the same benefit of the doubt that Belichick gets. At the end of the day, he is a coach in diapers. You are correct, sir. But he knows all of it. Big O, good things are on the horizon for you. You know why the media already, with all the hate on the U. You know, let me tell you something about all this hate stuff that we talk about all the time. And it's a beautiful thing. You want the hate. You want the haters. And, like in this business, you don't want everybody liking you all the time. You want people to kind of dislike you. You want people to, disagree with you. That's kind of the way you want to play the game. If you appease everybody, then you're going to end up being boring and you're going to be bland and you're not going to be interesting to some people. That's just the way life is. And with the Canes, they don't win everybody over. Not everybody likes them because of the way that they've won in the past or how they've won or the swag that they've carried or any of that. But it's good to have the detractors because the detractors keep you on your edge. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. We got to call it a detractor, right? Anybody that's been let go or fired, whatever, from QAM or 790, right? Doesn't matter if it's me or Captain Curtis or Friedman or anybody from Power 96 and Kiss Country and Jade Alexander and all these different people, that we all got dissed, right? Well, then those are people, that person dissed you, right? So then why not then, of course, huh? Yeah, it's already blocked. Yeah, I already blocked the fool. Anyway, so why not use that as motivation? You don't let it bring you down. You motivate you. You know what I mean? When I got let go from QAM, I got let go with a smile. I was super happy because I was free. And I knew I was going to be able to do this because I knew this was the future of broadcasting. So I wanted to get away from the corporate entity. I wasn't going to go cower in a corner and worry about it and cry and all of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you've got to do. You need haters. There's nothing wrong with haters. People to doubt you, I love it. Doubt me. Go ahead. Tell me I can't do this and watch me do it. I remember years ago when I was going to go pay my way and start, going to the Senior Bowl and the Combine, and people looked at me with a fisheye because nobody would ever do that in our business. You know what I mean? You want people to diss you. So I think the hate for UM is a good thing. I think it motivates players. I think it motivates coaches. I think fans feed off of it because we all see the bias towards the Canes all the time. We run into it left and right. We see it on a national level. We know it's there. I'm not going to say there's any bias towards any other Miami team, but there does seem to be something towards the Canes. Okay? Only the Canes would have a writer come out and say after a hurricane, oh, they should change the name of the school, which is just, nuts to even think that. But the what's that called with this idiot that went to jail? What's his name? The little schmuck that just got released. Shapiro, right? They should shut the football program down. Only Miami gets that. You know what I mean? That happens at USC. Oh, whatever. They sweep it under the rug. They pay for their the time for probation and they move on. They never say that USC should fold their team. Texas should fold their team. Ohio State should fold their team. But they'll say it about the University of Miami. And you know why? Because they don't want to see you win anymore. They don't want to see you have fun anymore. They don't want to see you display the swag. So I'm glad that the U has the haters. I want them to have the haters forever. Haters are good for anything, for an actor, for an actress, for a singer, for a politician, for a football team, a basketball team. Hey, the Heat team, they kind of fed off of that too, being labeled like villains because they came together as the big three. There's nothing wrong with feeding off of that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Let's see. Glad to see you and Sean today. Keep up the solid work, fellas. Thank you, Nico. Thank you for coming by, brother, and giving us some love. Thank you. I appreciate you. Doesn't Van Ginkel remind you of Garth from Wayne's World? Also, why is Van Noy kicking Buffalo's ass on Monday night? Why did we get rid of him? Flo didn't want him, bro. Flo wanted to go young. Flo got rid of all the veterans. He got rid of all the leaders. He pulled a Joe Philbin. Herman says, Big O, did you stay at a Holiday Inn last night? Pretty close. I don't see it as a chip on the shoulder. I just love to prove the naysayers wrong. I'm with you there. Either way, I love it. I love seeing the hate for the Canes. Because there's nothing more than proving them wrong. It's the sweetest feeling in the world. That's the way I look at it. I love it. They fed off of it. So cool. Everyone needs to realize this is what happens when a big totally disrespects the listener. He does it all the time, and it's unnecessary. Well, my brother, what do you want me to do? You know? You get out of line, you get crushed and squashed on this show. This is the way it goes. When that dude gets his own show, then he can do that. Meanwhile, this is how we're going to run the show. Big O, will you twerk in a Dolphins thong if we get into the playoffs? How about it? You don't want to see that, bro. You don't want to see that. That would be very, very sick. I probably would get arrested if I did that. Tua is staying. Watson is going to be in trouble in January. We are going to build the line and team around him. Why? Do you know he's guilty? If the Canes did what Penn State did under old Joe, well, forget about. Oh yeah, no, forget about it. They would have burned the whole school down. Big O, you think Coach Flo's ego is big to have an experienced coach that could have know more than he does? Well, he had one on offense in Changeli, and he couldn't handle it. Bro, easy. Armando, check the UM website. It has the schedule set up for 2021 or 2022. I think you put 2029. I don't know if they do or not, but you can check it out. Darren says, you would think realizing life is short, you would treat your listeners different. Darren, you get treated the way you treat me. So if you come in with an attitude like that guy did, you think you're not going to get an attitude? Remember, Darren, I'm not the guy that takes any kind of shit. So if you think you're going to come bring it, then you're going to get it back. Understand? But if you don't come in with an attitude, then you won't get the attitude from me. But if you come in with the attitude, don't expect me to be passive. That's the difference, my brother. It's pretty simple. And go look at his first couple of texts. So they were, you get out of line, you get squashed like the bug that you are. That's all. And we cast you aside and we move on, my brother. Darren, I've been doing this for 31 years. You think I haven't ruffled a couple of feathers? You think I haven't pissed off a couple of people? You think I haven't rubbed some people the wrong way by now? Of course I have. Some people are going to like me and some people are going to dislike me. That's just the way it goes. You know what I mean? But you're not going to make everybody happy. And guess what, Darren? I'm not here to make everybody happy. I don't worry about making everybody happy. That's it. So I do my best every day to come up with the talk. Now, if you want to challenge me and you want to come in with the attitude, then you're going to get the attitude. Notice how it happens. I don't go off on people with no attitudes. I go off on the people usually that are already coming off like assholes. So, because I've been doing it I'm like a cop. I'm exactly like a cop. Like cops pull people over all day, right? And then there's this one guy, right? And he thinks he has the perfect lie. And those cops have heard every lie in the book. And they know from the get-go, your body language, everything else, they already know if you're lying or not about what you're telling them. Okay? 99% it's like your mom or your wife, they have that woman's intuition. Like, don't ever F with woman's intuition. It's just one of those things. 99% of the time, women's intuition is going to be right. It's a sick thing. It's bothersome as a man, but it's the effing truth, dude. It happens. So I am the same way. I'm like your mothers and your wives and police officers out there. And when I start reading your texts or if I take your phone call, I kind of already know where you're going to start coming from. And I will already feel your attitude already. So when I feel the attitude, I then take out the big old shoe and I stomp on it. And I stomp out the insect. That's it. It's pretty simple. All right, let's go with hour number 3. Alan Poupar should be ready to join us with our Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, aka the Big O, he covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop blow in the...
There's no
Let's get ready to talk Dolphins football. It's the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Report with Sports Illustrated's Alan Poupard. With locations throughout South Florida, Sports Grill is the home of the special grilled wings. Check out our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza. Here's Miami Dolphins insider Alan Poupard.
The man, the myth, the legend that is Alan Poupard from Sports Illustrated joins us twice a week to talk a little Miami Dolphins football. Even on weeks when the Dolphins aren't working, we are working, we are grinding. Although they are at camp, right? Is today like the last day of camp, or are they going to give them like Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, or what's the deal?
Today they're having a walkthrough, and per CBA rules, the players get Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off before they reconvene on Monday.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. That's nothing wrong with that, with a little rest. I didn't notice any kind of earth-shattering news from Flores' press conference. Did you pick up on anything there? No, right? Yeah. Okay.
No, nothing at all. He was asked about a couple of specific players and how they're progressing, namely Liam Eichenberg and Robert Hunt. And the answer for both was
nothing.
They're working hard. They're making progress.
He could have, when Barry asked that question about Robert Hunt, he could have said, Robert's done a really good job. We're really happy with his progress there. We like what we see. That's it. Move on. You're not giving out any, even if you don't believe that, but by doing that, you kind of leave everything in a gray area where, well, does he like what Robert did, or did he not, or does he regret putting him there, or does he, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you could have and it's not like you're giving any secrets to the Jets or anybody else by praising the young man.
No, but it's consistent with the message of
of nothing,
of nothing, of everything even keel. We're like never too high, never too low. No, nobody deserves praise. Let's worry about the rest of the season and focus week by week. It's very consistent.
What can they do in the offseason, in this off week here, to improve the offense? Because that's, we love what we're watching from the defense, but we all want to see the offense complement them a little bit more.
Do we really? I mean, isn't that what they've been doing? To me, they've been doing a very, very, very good job of complementing what the defense is doing by not turning the ball over. They had the one hiccup against Carolina on that bad shotgun snap, but there were no turnovers against the Giants. They're not putting up huge numbers, but they're coming through when they need to, such as the 4-minute drive after the Giants made it 17-10.
But that's what I mean. A little more potency in the offense is what I mean. And maybe make life a little easier for the defense, that they don't have to be so perfect. That's my point.
Sure, but not at the cost of taking risks offensively. I don't believe that's how they want to operate. Okay. So the priority offensively is good field position. If you're back up at the 3-yard line, even if you only move it to the 30 or whatever, that's a win for the offense because you've helped the field position. And more importantly, don't turn the ball over. And let's not kid ourselves. The defense is going to carry this team and is going to win games for this team, as it has for most of this 5-game winning streak.
Somebody's asking about fractured fingered Fuller. What's up with Triple F?
Nothing. I'm losing my voice here. Nothing new to report. Wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing new to report and the season ended, then there still would have been nothing new to report. It's a great big mystery. I don't know that they really need him for how they were operating on offense. So I understand the fascination with Will Fuller, considering he was a high-priced free agent who ideally was going to bring a big play element to the offense. But the way the offense is operating right now, like I said, I don't think you need him. Devontae Parker's return last week was big, much bigger than I had anticipated, and he came up with those two really nice catches on the back shoulder throws, had 5 targets, 5 catches, so he was a major factor. I don't think Will Fuller would make a big difference, but like I said, I get the fascination with it and why the question is being asked week after week after week, and at this point, he may not. Let's brace ourselves for the possibility he may not be back at all in 2021.
So, Alan, what happens if Tua in a game that they win but he throws 3 passes. How does the media and fans react to that? Because I got to tell you, the New England kid's not getting any kind of criticism for 3 passes, pretty much. Meanwhile, if Tua would have done that, the world would have exploded and everybody would have said, wow, what a waste of a pick. This bum can only throw 3 passes and they don't trust him. I don't know why, but I feel like the narrative would have been completely different with Tua compared to what I'm seeing with Mac Jones.
And don't be offended by this, but this is the Tua persecution complex all over again.
It is.
You know what
It's
would have
all about
happened?
Tuanon.
You know what would have happened, Big O? People would have been like, that was really smart of the Dolphins. They did what they needed to do to win. Who cares how they did it? Just like with Mac Jones. And Mac Jones took some ribbing from one of his teammates, Matthew Judon, who said, I'm going to give kudos to everybody on offense except for the quarterback, because all he did was hand off. Correct. So, no, I don't think anybody would be like, just like those who you want to call detractors or like saying that Tua's only completing short passes. Yeah, because that's what he's being asked to do. And if he's being asked to hand the ball off 45 times, logically people would be intelligent enough to recognize that's what the game plan called for. He did.
But they're not. They're not, because we still get the people, oh, well, he's not going deep. He can't throw deep. And it's like, dude, he can throw deep, but he can't throw deep because there's no protection. You can't. There's a bunch of people that still don't believe that he's not throwing deep because of his arm, not because of a lack of protection. That's going on.
He's not, excuse me, he's not throwing deep because, number one, that's not what the game plan is calling for. That's not what they want from the offense. It's also not his forte. And if you can't see that his strength clearly is quick passing, short and intermediate range accuracy, then I don't know what to tell you. It makes no sense the way the Dolphins are constructed right now to have Tua chuck the ball down the field. Okay, no. Whether he can or not, that's a conversation for a different way. For a different day. It makes no sense for them to do it because that's not how the team is built. Right now they can't. But there's a lack of nuance again. Everything has to be one extreme or the other. Why can't it just be that Tua right now is being asked to do certain things and he's doing it really, really well, and there's no reason to ask him to do more, which may or may not succeed. And in a game like if they play at Buffalo under those circumstances where the win's a complete joke, there would be nothing wrong with Tua handing off 3 times if you have the defense to make it and the running game to make it work. The Dolphins couldn't do that right now because their running game's not good enough. So they couldn't have done what New England did on Monday night.
Oh, well, no, the funny part is the Bills win the game with Tua. The second down back shoulder throw to Diggs on that short pass, Tua makes the throw. Josh Allen couldn't make it.
He makes the throw.
Josh Allen wasn't accurate, and the win wasn't a factor.
He makes the throw. Oh, give me a break. He makes the
win
throw
was not a factor.
In Miami on a Sunday
The win was not a factor on that short throw. He completes that throw to Diggs. Bills score a touchdown and win the game.
You can believe that.
But big arm Josh Allen doesn't have accuracy. So, you
can believe that. You can believe that if you want. And if you didn't see the ball kind of take off to the right, I don't know what to tell you, dude. But you want to go there, that's fine.
Dude, I've been watching Josh Allen all year, and he's been spraying the ball all year like I do at the golf course. Okay? He's not been as accurate.
He's not been as accurate as he was last year.
And that pass was a lack of accuracy. It had nothing to do with wind because he's got a whip for an arm, dude. So it was such a short pass that
it wasn't a short pass.
It was like a 15-yarder. It wasn't much.
It's a 15-yarder across the field, dude. Big O, man. I don't know what's going on with you because I love you, brother, but man, you're crazy if you think that Tua will throw that ball on the rope
easily
into that win. But Josh Allen would. Okay, you can believe that. I think you're completely wrong, but you can believe that.
Easily, he throws it.
Okay.
Easily, he throws it because he has a better feel for. Hell, he'll even have a better feel for it, measuring with the wind and everything how he should throw the damn ball because he's got touch and anticipation, something that the big guy doesn't have. I think now a deeper throw, no, because he can't. He doesn't have a gun that can slice through the wind like Josh Allen does. That I will agree with you. But on that one throw, I think Tua could have made that throw. I really do.
Okay, well, I'm on record as saying you're completely crazy, but that's okay. Not the first time we've disagreed.
Has he passed your test of franchise? Because you were kind of on the fence with him. Has he passed your test right now? Is he good enough to move forward? Would you not make the move for Watson? Should they continue with Tua and build around him in 2022? What would your suggestion be?
That's a great question. Because my concern, again, is it's working perfectly well right now because they're playing great complementary football. I'll be completely convinced if they get in a shootout where they fall behind and they have no choice but to throw the ball more than just quick passing than what they're doing right now. But I mean, for what they're asking him to do right now, and if that's going to be the model of the franchise coming back in 2022 with Flo and the same coaching staff, if that's going to be, again, their structure, Tua's perfect for it.
But you wouldn't want the same kind of structure, right? They got to improve the structure, right? They
won 10-6 last year. They won 5 in a row. Obviously, it's not as horrible as you make it sound because they are having some success. The problem was last year.
They're having success, but this is not the answer to being elite in this league at all, or winning the AFC Championship game. This is not enough right now. What you have, right? You're not buying this as being enough, right?
No, because they're not good enough in certain areas, and part of which is they don't have a dynamic passing game. And
Right.
if to answer to your question is, I'm still on the fence as to whether it can be the quarterback to provide that dynamic passing game.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
So you don't believe that if they beef up the line and have a threat of a running game, that Tua becomes a way better passer? You don't believe that?
I'm not convinced that given his skill set that
Wow.
right now, again, he's operating right now at peak efficiency to me, given his skill set. Obviously, if he has a running game, it makes things easier for the offense as a whole. But I think his forte as a passer is always going to be what they're having him do right now. And that's kudos to the offensive coaching staff for playing to his strengths.
It's funny because, and here you go. Here's where I become a complete 2-and-on with all of this. If we put Josh Allen in the same offense, he can't do what Tua's doing.
Completely agree, because he's not that kind of quarterback. But if you put Tua in Buffalo's offense, he doesn't succeed either.
So if I give him that's where you and I are going to disagree. If I put certain quarterbacks in the position Tua's in, they won't have the same success that Tua's having. But if I put Tua in the position that their quarterbacks are in, he'd have more success than they're having. That's the way I feel. Because if you give him a better line, a better running game, hell, if you give him more reliable receivers too, by the way, because he's got one, the coach refuses to play the other guy, but he's got one reliable receiver. If you actually gave him a couple receivers, he would even be that much better too on top of all of that. So for me, that's kind of the funny thing about it is, like, I think he's excelling in the worst environment. And if you create a better environment, I think we would see a much better quarterback. That's all,
Well, first of all, I think they've got 2 reliable receivers if we're counting Mike Gesicki and
I'm saying
Waddle.
receivers. I'm saying receivers. 2 receivers. Of course, they got a tight end. I love the tight ends.
Okay. And to me, again, they are completely maximizing what Tua does well right now with the way they're operating the offense. And I agree with you. In certain cases, yeah, he would operate another kind of offense just as well as the quarterback in place. But there are certain situations, and like I said, you want to do the flip-flop for Josh Allen. Tua's not operating the Buffalo offense as well as Josh Allen is. And right. Josh Allen couldn't operate the Dolphin offense. As well as Tua's doing right now.
Man, I would love to see Tua with all that speed that the Bills have a wide receiver. And they've developed a pretty decent tight end in their line. I don't know, man. I think he would be pretty damn good with that Bills team, man. I think
their line's not very good at all this year. Their line's not good at all this year. And the tight end dropped a couple of passes on Monday night. Gesicki's a better tight end.
Oh yeah, no, Gesicki's definitely a better tight end. But this guy's had a really good year this year. The guy that I forgot the kid's name now.
Dawson Knox.
Yeah, he has played better than anybody expected, dude. Wow, that guy, he's been pretty impressive. I know he wasn't great the other night. What else was I going to ask you? Okay, running game wise, what do we expect, man? Is it going to be the same guys? Is Lindsey going to be ready for the Jets? What are you? I know it's hard to find out about injuries, my brother. So I know I'm putting you in a difficult position with all of that. But what are you hearing with Lindsey? Because I would imagine that's why they held him out before the bye week, to give him the bye week to kind of get healthy.
Well, and the fact that he practiced last week, even though he didn't play in the game against the Giants, the fact that he practiced is encouraging to now where he has the whole bye week. I would certainly expect him to be ready for the game against the Jets. And he does give him, to me, a running back who's much quicker to the hole than either Myles Gaskin or Savon Ahmed. And I think, to me, he's easily the best running back on this roster, while understanding that it's not a great run blocking line. But we also need to factor in that the running game also should almost include some of those quick passes where two is rolling out and throwing a 2-yard pass or a screen. That's almost like a running play. If you want to get, I don't want to say if you want to get technical about it, but it's kind of like an extension of it. So, but I don't think they're built to have a traditionally strong running game right now.
By the way, were you at like a heavy metal concert last night, screaming your lungs off? What happened to your voice, bro?
I don't know. I'm going through puberty. I'm a lot younger than I look.
Holy crap, dude! You sound like me after 3 nights at a Maiden show. Holy moly, bro! Damn. Yeah, or doing like 4 straight days of 8-hour shifts on the air or something like that. Damn, dude. You're hurting big time there. Jalen Phillips. So what's the number now on the sack total? The way they're playing him, he's got 4 games left, excluding the playoffs, because we all know they're going to make the playoffs. I'm joking. Relax, Freddie. Anyway, he's got 8.5. What's the over and under now? What's he going to finish with? Because double digits is a sure thing.
One would think. I don't know about sure thing, but one would think, especially against the Jets. Let's say 11. But I think, again, he's the one getting the sacks, but it's a collective effort up front. And I don't want to take anything away from the kid because he's finishing great, but they're getting push and stuff created by other guys too. Everybody's contributing up front to that.
No, definitely. Even the second sack, I loved it because he cast it aside. He measured the QB, and then when he knew it was right, he cast it aside the left tackle and then went after him, which was freaking awesome. And that was a coverage sack, obviously, because we got to, give the secondary a lot of credit. It kind of goes both ways, but still,
it does.
Watching him throw the tackle to the left, I said this on Sunday. I don't know if Jason Taylor had the strength to do that in his rookie year. You know what I'm saying? So
no. This kid looks a lot better than JT did.
Yeah, that's what. And again, none of us are saying he's going to be better than JT. We're just saying that in his rookie year, you're watching some things that are pretty cool. That's all.
Correct. Logically, he's going to get better, and for a rookie, I mean, we talked about this the other day. I mean, you look at their top 3 picks. I mean, holy smokes, with Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips, and Javon Holland. I mean, that's 3 foundational pieces right there. I couldn't even pronounce the word. It's so big. Foundational pieces right there that they got.
No, you're right. And by the way, you're struggling to pronounce anything right now. Anyway, follow him on Twitter at Poofar NFL. Catch his work there at Sports Illustrated. I'm telling you, if you're a Dolphins fan, that is a must bookmark right there for the computer or your phone. So save it there because it's all his articles are there, and you can keep up with everything going on, all transactions, trades, you name it, any breaking news. It's all there at Sports Illustrated. We will see you on Sunday. No, I think this week you get a light week, my friend. So we'll catch you next week, my brother. You'll be good.
Hopefully I'll have a voice by then.
You got it, man. Take it easy. There you go. Alan Poupar and our Sports Grill, Miami Dolphins Insider Report.
This has been the Sports Grill Miami Dolphins Insider Report with Alan Poupart, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Make sure you subscribe to the podcast and never miss a report. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Visit Sports Grill in our sponsored locations in Miami on Bird Road and 114th and in Miami Lakes in the Royal Oaks Plaza.
Let's not get anything twisted or mistaken here. I am totally 2-on. Okay? Only thing that I will ever be in doubt with the kid is durability, and I've said that from day one, and I've been incredibly consistent on that, and I'm sticking to my guns on that. If injuries become a problem, that's where I'm concerned with him. If you protect him and you give him a running game, you got a chance at keeping him healthy, and you got a chance at possibly having a franchise quarterback for a long time to come. That's the way I look at it, okay? I think the kid's a hell of a quarterback. You know, I've watched many times over the years the guys that have an arm, the guys that are athletes, none of them are either smart enough, they don't have the accuracy, they don't have the ball placement, the anticipatory skills, none of that. And these are things that I've talked about over the years when I'm watching Tannehill or Pat White or AJ Feely or any of these Chad Henne and what was the guy that actually trained one of the guys that we had? John Beck, all of these kind of cats, man. Either they didn't have enough athleticism, either they didn't have enough arm, either they weren't accurate, either they were just athletes, or they weren't smart enough, or they couldn't place the ball in the right spot. There was always some kind of holes in their game. There's not a hole in Tua's game. I don't need him to throw 100 miles an hour. I don't need him to throw it through the stadium. He's got more than enough arm to make any throw he needs to make on a football field because he has the intelligence to be able to pick your ass apart. But he's not going to be able to do it by himself. So, yes, I'm completely 2-on. Totally. I believe this kid is a franchise quarterback. Now, does he have the body to take the pounding? No. So he can't sit there and get sacked 40, 50 times and get up like it's nothing. No, he's going to get hurt if you do that. But he's smart enough that he can avoid the contact and he can stay pretty clean, kind of like Drew Brees has done most of his career. Or did most of his career, shall I say. And he had a couple of injuries. You're going to have a couple of injuries. He had a thumb injury in his final year last year that he missed several games and then came back. And, you know, it is what it is. But I am as in on Tua and have been from day one as a player. So that's why when a lot of you out there were in doubt, I never was in doubt of his abilities. What I am completely in doubt of is the people around him. I'm completely in doubt that Flo knows what he needs to do. I know that Flo so far, I'm convinced he can't find the coaches to help the kid. And he can't find the coaches to coach up the offensive line. Because a couple of those guys can play, but they just don't know how to prepare those guys because he's got terrible coaching. And everybody in that building knows that Flo hired a terrible offensive line coach. Everybody in that building knows it. I'm sorry, I'm pointing like it's the building is there. It's not, it's way down there now. Okay? Everybody knows it. I mean, some of you now have been enlightened because I've talked about it. Because everybody went with the, you know, a lot of people went the lazy. Oh, no, they all suck. No, they don't suck. The coaching sucks. So for me, look, we talk about Mac Hollins all the time. Flo still doesn't start him. All these weeks with all these guys injured, and Mac Hollins, all he does is make plays every time you call upon him, and they don't start him. That's Flo. What more can I tell you? You know what I mean? So to me, that's the biggest problem going on with Tua is flow and the offensive issues and everything around them. It has nothing to do with the kid. He's fine, bro. He's perfect. I got no issues with him. I love the way he's handled everything, too. He's handled it way better than I could have. So I am as in on the whole Tua thing. And if one day I get proven wrong, then I'll tell you, you know what? I was wrong. I didn't think Josh Allen would turn out to be a good quarterback. Didn't watch him at Wyoming, but I saw the lowlights. I wasn't impressed. And then I watched him at the Senior Bowl, and he was terrible. And then I thought for sure after the rookie year I was right, and then he improved. But now he's kind of regressed a little bit, and he's kind of showing that lack of accuracy at times it rears its ugly head now. So maybe that's who he is, that he'll have a rocket arm and he'll make some fantastic plays, but there are going to be moments where he's going to leave you scratching your head because he's not accurate. I don't think our guy is ever going to be that guy. I think our guy is always going to be accurate. I think he's going to be incredibly methodical about everything that he does. I think he's really intelligent and he can process everything quickly and figure it all out. But he also needs players around him to help him. He needs a line that can do his job, a running game that's a threat, another receiver that complements Waddle so you can have two receivers and a tight end. But these things, and he needs an offensive coordinator that is creative. If he had Kyle Shanahan, he would be killing it on offense because he would have a mind that actually understands what he needs to do and to maximize it. That's what he doesn't have here. And that's the interesting part about this discussion. Some of you will not be on that bandwagon, and some of us will. And look, you see Allen. Allen's not on it. He's still not convinced that the kid can be a player. I am. That's the beauty of sports. We're going to see it differently. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I think Tua's done a hell of a job, and I think if you actually gave him real coaching and some better players around him, I think Tua would be a damn superstar. He's a franchise quarterback, but he can't be he'll get killed and he won't be able to get it done, just like Steve Bartkowski and Archie Manning and other quarterbacks in the history of time that were pretty good quarterbacks, but never got the opportunity to be great because nothing around them was ever good or great. That's just me. Herbert looks like the guy because of all the weapons. And he's strong, and, he's a big kid, and he's got a big arm and all that. But like I said, all of that is great, and he might turn out to be a hell of a quarterback. Let's wait till he has to win real games, pressure moments, and let's see if he can come through, because that's part of the test. Physically, he looks it. Now you got to do the other stuff. And maybe it all, it could work out that Herbert and Tua become both good quarterbacks. And maybe both fail. Or maybe only one makes it. Any of these stuff is possible. It's not that one for sure is, no, Herbert is successful and Tua's already a failure. That's ridiculous. Let's see. The facts that we have to argue about fundamental needs of a running back and an O-line with our own fan base is crazy. Nelson, I love you, brother. That is so smart. The fact that we have to discuss that, right? It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Because let's see, the greatest times of the Dolphin history were when they had a great line. The greatest achievements in Dolphin history were when they had a great line and a great running game. That's it. They never had another great line and a great running game. Even with Webb and Sims, those are two great ones, but they didn't have a great line. And they didn't have a great running game either. Only time the Dolphins have had a great line and a great running game, they dominated the NFL and won 2 out of 3 titles. So there is no need to ever argue about offensive line and running game. You get that and you're done. It's on, baby, as they say. Let's see. I want to genuinely like these media personalities, but the hedging and giving undeserved criticism of Tua makes me want to stop paying attention to them. Tua hasn't been flawless, but come on. I mean, listen. It's the beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and I guess Tua hasn't done enough for some people out there. Dougie Fresh says, "Oh, Poupart's voice is hurting because of his constant cheers. Go Tua, go Tua." You can't have a true assessment of Tua until you fix the O-line issues. I have a nice assessment of Tua because one of the things I've told you guys over the years is I need to see how my quarterback works under chaos. Because you're going to be in chaotic situations in the NFL. Josh Allen was just in a chaotic situation and could not finish it off. So Tua, his first 2 years have all been about chaos. And we're watching him what have I said for several weeks now? How he has adjusted to the chaos, right? Isn't that the line that I always use? And I use that because when I would watch Tannehill in chaos, brain farts, flustered, mistakes. AJ Feely, same thing. Pat White, same thing. Chad Henne, same thing. And some of these guys, they have a clean pocket, perfect route, separation, hit the guy, boom. A lot of pro guys can do that, but that's not going to happen all the time. So you're going to have breakdowns. Guys are going to miss blocks. You're going to have to juke a guy, make a guy miss, buy a little time, buy a half a step because you see that somebody got off the pass rush and you know you're about to get killed, but you got to move a half a step so you can get the playoff and take the hit. You know what I mean? Because sometimes that's what a quarterback is doing. He's adjusting to just get the ball off, knowing that he's still going to get hit anyways. But in order, he's got to delay the hit by a millisecond by moving or shifting and then being able to get rid of the ball and take the hit. Chaos. And that's what I love about what we've watched for 17 games now, that we've watched a young man who had no offseason 2 years ago and wasn't the number one quarterback come in after hip and everything, and it took him a little while to kind of adjust, and still won more than he lost, threw more touchdowns than interceptions. So he did a good job overall. Struggled. This year, struggled early, but then started to adjust and get better and better and better under the scenario that he's in, which is a chaotic scenario, which is what I just told Alan Poupart, that if I put Josh Allen in this offense, he can't do what Tua is doing. He can't. It's impossible. Do you know why? He's not an accurate quarterback. Ryan Tannehill can't do this. Not an accurate quarterback. It takes an accurate quarterback to be able to do that on a consistent basis all over the place. He would make all kinds of mistakes. He would make way more mistakes than even Tua has already. So I'm already getting my test of Tua that's what I've been telling you about Justin Herbert. I see Justin Herbert with a line. I see Justin Herbert with a running game. I see Justin Herbert with with an all-pro wide receiver in Keenan Allen and a big freaking stud in Mike Williams and all that. So I see him already when life is good. I want to see you when life is bad. I want to see when chaos is going on. Yeah, Ryan Tannehill looks great when Derrick Henry's running for 150 and 200 yards. And the linebackers are sucked in, and the middle of the field is wide open, and those crossing routes are just big, giant, beautiful throws in those lanes. But now that he lost Derrick Henry, and now that it's chaotic, how's Ryan Tannehill doing? Not so good, huh? So that, again, we all look at things a little differently, I guess. And in football, my ultimate test for any quarterback is, how do you do in chaotic situations? Because if you're a decent quarterback to great quarterback, Oh, yeah, dude, if we give you time and you got a running game and you got a clean pocket and all that, of course I expect you to hit receivers in stride and make plays. I want to know what happens when you're playing with your second or third string left tackle. I want to know what happens when you're playing with your third string center. I want to know what happens when your line isn't blocking well, when running backs are missing blocks, and you've got to do something and find ways to make plays. I want to know what happens in a chaotic situation. That's when I know what I have in my quarterback. And that's what I'm in the process of already finding out and knowing, period, it's over with Tua. I see just 5, 6, 7, 8 more of these kind of games, which I hope it doesn't roll over into next year because that's what it would take. I'm like, okay, this guy's fine, man. I love what I'm seeing from him. Just can we now get him some time? Can we now get him like a running back that scares the crap out of people? Can we now get him another wide receiver that can complement Jalen Waddle and be on the field all the time? Okay, now let's get him an offensive coordinator with a creative mind. A guy that will also change the launch point too. Move him around a little bit. Roll him out. Shift him. No boots, no waggles in this offense. Rarely ever. Show me something, man. Create advantages for the quarterback. This is an offense that creates no advantages for the quarterback. You know the advantage that Bob Greasy had in the early 70s? That he can just hand off, and the 5 guys in the front were going to pound the crap out of people, and Zonka, Kick, and Morris were going to run it right down your damn throats. That's a beautiful thing. You know it's coming, and you can't stop it. That's not chaotic. So, Bob Greasy can go win a Super Bowl throwing 6 passes. Lots of quarterbacks can do that. Lots of quarterbacks can do what Trent Dilfer did. The team was so dominant. Terrific running game, Hall of Fame tight end, generational defense. All I got to do is make a couple of passes. That's fine. But when it wasn't so good in Tampa and it was kind of chaotic, how did it go for good old Trent? Didn't go very well, did it? So that's how I look at things. How does my quarterback play in chaos? And right now I'm seeing Tua excel in chaos at the end of his rookie year, technically, because he just finished his rookie year. I'm impressed. I completely respect what Tua has been able to do, and I was completely wrong about him. He's doing it with a Kmart O-line. It's impressive. That's what Joseph says. New O-line coach is a good call. What good coaches are available? No, more like what good coach wants to work with Flo. That's your real issue, my brother. Big O, I do think they'll keep Gesicki, or do you think they'll keep Gesicki or let him go like they usually do? I think they want to keep him. I don't know about the coach, but I think the front office wants to keep him. Big O, give me the W. IDC. What does IDC mean? Oh, I don't care. Okay, give me the W. I don't care about the stats. Tua's record: 10-7. Herbert 12-14. Burrow 9-14. Give me Tua. I'm with you, bro. I'm happy with Tua. Just protect his ass, please. Chris Greer was in Iowa City talking with Iowa coaches on the sidelines. I don't know if it was scouting coaches, players, or both. They can coach the O-line and tight ends. Who knows, my friend? Who knows? Let's see. Big O, when is Tua going to look great against winning teams? You mean like Baltimore? Or like Arizona last year? I don't know. What are you talking about? Oh, by the way, didn't they beat the Patriots? Okay. All right. And wasn't the Carolina Panthers pass defense number 1 in the NFL? All right, Dean.
Yes, sir, it was.
So Panthers being number one defense. So I guess they weren't because 2-1 and it doesn't fit your narrative. Because he looked good against the number one pass defense, the Panthers. And then, I can't say Baltimore was great, but they're a good team and they won. Whatever, my brother. Let's see. What big games has Herbert won? Well, he didn't beat Tua. That's for sure. Let's just end it there. All right? Herbert lost to Tua. Let's just end it right there. Okay? Carolina under 500. No, dude, that's not what you said. You said good defense, good team. Well, whatever. Good defense. Number one pass secondary. That was Carolina. It's a good defense. Forget about the offense. He doesn't play defense. Does Tua play secondary now too? Or safety? I didn't know that. Apparently, Dean Brown's got him playing defense also.
It depends who you talk to.
Oh, okay. I see. I didn't know that. I didn't know. So Tua's putting on other numbers and stuff and going out. Damn, he's a two-way player. I had no idea. Tua, two-way. Two-way Tua. So it doesn't count it doesn't count to Dean Brown that they faced the number one pass secondary and he roasted them. I got it.
He's also responsible for the kicking issues we found out.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't delete the name when he beats the Pats again, Dean. Tua keeps the paddle for you haters each week. No, but it doesn't matter if they're a great pass defense, Herman. Apparently, that doesn't matter to Dean. It doesn't fit his narrative. It's got to fit in his narrative. That's what it is. These Tua trolls come out with such stupid questions. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. What else do we have here to talk about? By the way, did you see the sicko? What's happening, baby? What's up, Brett?
How you doing? Good?
You doing good?
I love that Canes
Give him the mic there.
I love that Canes shirt.
Yes. How you doing? I
I'm
like
doing-
that. I didn't see that. I got to get one of those.
Yeah, we got to go. I'll get you a Canes for American. We're gonna.
Yeah, I love the red, white, and
these.
blue.
Yeah, the red, white, and blue. Because we represent all the teams locally, so it's not only orange and green, even though they are obviously the.
Yeah,
large
no, but I
Federal
love
family.
that.
You like that? All right.
I love that.
Let's hook
very,
you up today.
Very Americana. That's what
It
I
is.
like.
It's,
baby.
Americana.
So, how you feeling about Mario, huh? The hope is back, baby.
It's been kind of boring a few days in a row, but hey, the hope is back for sure. We are very, very excited.
No, you're good. You're good.
You know what I mean?
And let me tell you. What? Oh yeah, we got
number one jersey. Exactly.
They,
Yes.
They couldn't get him a man's
the good news is
jersey.
we have plenty of number one jerseys, and you know what? Maybe we should just put Mario on the back of them.
Yeah.
You know what? We got that because right now he's the number one player on the team.
Yeah. No,
So,
I'm with you, man. I was talking about this. Everything, even when bad things happen, people will tell you, hey, hang in there. Everything happens for a reason, this and that. And the decision to go with Al Golden and not go with Mario obviously pissed Mario off. And they were all butthurt about him leaving to Alabama, which, by the way, was the best thing he did in his life.
Absolutely.
Because he got that education from Nick Saban.
Yes, we may not like him here, but he's definitely.
But that led him to Oregon to be a better coach and a better experience. And so in the end, while we had to endure other pains along the way with Golden and then obviously with Diaz, we end up getting a better crystal ball than we would have gotten the first go around.
Exactly. That's a huge point.
That's everything.
But people don't realize that. They
That's
want instant gratification. If we would have brought Mario in right after FIU, you know what? If he would have had a bad year or two, and what happened to
We
Golden
turn on you,
at
like-
that time
Yeah.
with the whole Shapiro thing and everything like that, it would have fell apart for any guy. I mean, Golden, we weren't happy with. He had a great offense, by the way, at times. That offense clicked, but we know the D'Onofrio problems. But he got blindsided by that. So who knows? Mario loved this place, but who knows what would have happened? And you know what? 2 bad years, they were going to be calling for his head. Let's face it, two not great years now, they're going to call for his
Right,
head.
you're right, exactly, because what he did at Oregon is not good enough here.
Exactly. If he
That's
got,
the
you're
crazy stuff. That
you're right.
He's been great at Oregon, but it's not good enough here.
Once we start to taste victory, he's going to have to win. So if he loses a chance, you remember when Jimmy lost it? Jimmy obviously after
Maryland?
Yeah, the Maryland game that year.
And then the Sugar Bowl against
Yeah.
Tennessee, and then the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
God!
All those games. The game against Tennessee, which we were, and they wanted his head. Every fan wanted him out. He can't win because once we taste it, even though we'd never been relevant forever until Howard in 1983.
Right.
In 1984, everyone expects once you win, especially in South, you got to win again.
Right.
85 was a slip up here. We got to win now. So 86, let's get rid of this guy. But you're right. We know it's a microwave society. It always has been. If there would have been social media back then with Jimmy, they would have wanted him. They would have flew banners, probably.
I mean, you and I are old enough. They wanted him gone after the Maryland loss.
Definitely.
The Frank Reich comeback.
Yes, what was that? 20,
They ended up 8-5 that year.
Exactly. We were
and it was like, what are we doing with this Oklahoma State guy and this
that
and
game,
that?
Boston
and all
College, and he wasn't even that good at Oklahoma State.
Right.
I mean, what was he, a 500 coach? He had one good, decent year, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so we know the fans are instant gratification. If Mario would have came back there, Mario would have no way still been our coach.
That's right. Now he steals the education from Nick.
Mm-hmm.
He becomes the number one recruiter in the country with Nick. Then he was the number one recruiter 3 times in the Pac-12 as it is. And look, the Dolphins have his safety. The Bengals have his left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
The Chargers have his quarterback. His defensive end is going to be a top 3 pick in the draft. So if he's able to get that kind of talent now to go to Oregon, you know you're going to get another level of player to come to the University of Miami.
No doubt. No doubt.
And that's where I think now the rubber meets the road.
Mm-hmm.
And I think even for Mario, he probably he should be grateful of how everything worked out. Because, one, it justifies him coming back, and they had to beg him to come back and pay him all this money. But he comes back better prepared to have the success that even he wanted to have the first go around. But now he's better prepared to actually have that success this time around.
No, absolutely, absolutely. You know, when he went to Oregon, he obviously had one of the best quarterbacks in football in Justin Herbert.
Right.
But there was nobody around him. The whole time Justin Herbert was there, they didn't have a running back, a wide receiver, an offensive lineman that went higher in the 4th round. So they didn't have any real skill position. So Mario inherited that great quarterback, but he had nothing around him, which is why Herbert wasn't the number 1 pick in the draft. Because if he would have had talent around him, he would have been the number 1 draft, I'm sure. But I want to say one thing, Orlando, about the previous coach, because I know a lot of people weren't big fans of Manning. They hated Manning.
He lost me after the first year.
But so I understand that and everything like that. But I do believe so I think that in the old days, obviously Manning would still be the coach. All right, because they wouldn't have done it in 3 years. Every team would have waited 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
But
yes.
For what the team went through, the fans not happy, the anger and everything like that. Not playing enough young guys and everything like that. That team never quit.
They didn't.
I mean, Rick's team unfortunately quit at the end of the year, okay? The day they were quitting. Golden's team quit. You remember the Clemson? Randy's teams quit. Coger's teams quit even. But you know what? This team never quit. They played everybody.
It's true.
They were 2-4, if you remember, and they were down, and they just kept fighting back.
And, you're right. You're right.
Young team, young quarterback. They're freshman at over 2,000 snaps. I know everybody on Twitter wants to take credit for that, but but the bottom line is that team didn't quit. So if we're not, and Manning came in his first 3 years. You look at Mario. Granted, he had one good year at FIU, or 2 good years before he got fired. But you know what? Your first 3 years are never that easy. You walk into this snake pit where if you don't win, it's venomous.
Yeah.
He took over a team. If you look at all the talent level, we really didn't have that great of a player.
No. I know.
But Mario is walking in, I believe, with the best talent on offense this team has had in a long time.
Yes.
Obviously, our quarterback situation is the best it's been in years, okay? Our running backs are solid. I saw Cam is going to the draft, I think, today, right?
Yeah.
Our wide receivers, we've still got plenty of talent. I mean, look, Xavier didn't play more than half the time, and he's awesome, okay?
Yeah.
So I think the team is in great shape. Mario's walking into a dream situation. He's got some defensive talent, too. They didn't tackle and everything, but he's going to turn that around real quickly.
Well, the difference and, where Manny lost for me was his organization and consistency, that his teams were not consistent and they weren't disciplined on the field.
Correct.
And there was, that FSU 4th and 13 or whatever, just, that would never be forgiven. There are certain, and these are the things that reared its ugly head. But I will say, he's good enough, Manny, I'm saying, that maybe he can learn from this to then build down the line and get better. He's
That's
not,
what I believe.
He's not the first coach to fail in his first go around and then get so hopefully he'll get an opportunity to be a coordinator again and then get that opportunity one more time, and maybe he'll be better prepared for that second goal.
What I like the most about him is he made changes in the offseason. He needed an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he would
got
make the changes.
He went ahead. He needed deep players. He got it.
He worked the portal.
He got whatever. The portal he was fantastic in, and that's important. The future of college football, the portal will be just as important as recruiting.
Yeah,
in my
it's free
opinion.
agency.
Because it's 1 year, you could change anytime you want. You're not happy, you're going to go.
Yeah.
But a lot of people say, Van Dyke saved him. Van Dyke saved him. I know Enos brought him in, but Enos left. They're still going ahead and coming because the head coach is there too.
Yeah, of course.
So he kept him. He got Garcia to come over. He got Jalen Phillips to come over. So
Yeah.
there were a lot of good things. So, and I think that Mario will reap the benefits.
Yeah, no, well, because Manny, I think obviously he's an enthusiastic guy. He's a likable guy. So I think he gravitated with some of these players. He connected with some of these players, but he has to get to the point where his teams are disciplined and they've got the structure that they need in order to succeed. And that's the next step for him now, is how it is figuring that out. That's what I love about Mario. I think Mario will be able to keep these kids disciplined, and then they'll,
Everything I've heard so far from the players and families, they are ecstatic. Now, they were ecstatic. They loved Manny, but they are ecstatic now. I've heard things like, I want to go play the game today. Why can't we go? Why can't next season be starting now? Why can't we go? And everybody's pumped. Families, everything like that. Because Mario just carries himself like that. But he's got one thing. Like his parents, we tell our kids they may be smart as can be our kids, but we have wisdom. We know things. We know what's going to happen. Guy like Mario, we're blessed now that we got him instead of got him probably 10 years ago.
Yeah, I know.
That's for sure. So
I'm with you. By the way, they told me that the orders are coming in hot and heavy now.
Yes, everybody's excited. Well, and the bottom line, let's see. So as being a business, we have two hats, like, those old shows where they'd put on the different hat, if it's I Love Lucy or something like that, dating myself here or something. But now, we get the hat of a fan, and we're excited as a fan. And then you got the height of a business. So we take it double. So when we're out there talking, it's like it means as much to us as anyone that's in the business of, any type that follows a sports team. So yes, people are excited. People are energetic. They're going to buy season tickets. So as a fan and having a store, this is like the greatest thing in the world. Everybody's energetic. We're pumped. And I do believe Mario can definitely bring us to the next step.
I'm convinced of that, because he's going to get, if he got a certain kind of player to go over to Oregon, he's going to be able to get those kind of players that we used to have here all the time to play here and play with that attitude and that swagger that we've all wanted back and all that. I think that's going to end up coming back. Now, the question I have, and I posed it to the audience, is, so what's the timeline? What's a realistic timeline? And I'm thinking either 2 to 3 years. I can't ask him in the first year to go and win the ACC, but I think in 2 or 3 years, you got to be challenging for that ACC title.
I don't think they're going to wait 2 to 3 years. I really don't. I mean, he can say all they want.
You can do it this 1 year with the portal, like you said.
Our fans are going to be happy if we don't have an ACC. If we're not playing for the championship, just like he was in the Pac-12 every year. And I think he expects to win it. They see Clemson down. Okay. There's Wake Forest is on the other side. Pittsburgh. These are all teams that not only we beat Pittsburgh, obviously we beat North Carolina State. They were the two teams that could have represented, and it was Wake Forest. We definitely could beat. I think people want next year. If we don't win it next year,
it would be nice.
At least
God, it's a lot to ask.
I know, but I do. But you've got possibly one of the best best quarterback in college football.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if he was coming in the
at
draft
least he's
this
the
year,
best in the ACC.
If he was coming in the draft this year,
Howell is gone this year, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so he's the best
the kid
next
from
year.
Pittsburgh's gone too.
Yeah, he's gone
the best
too.
in the ACC. I'd say he's got he stays healthy. He's got a good chance to be in New York for the Heisman talk.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to push that. Yeah. And it's and if he does that, he's not going to be around this next year.
Well, I'm with you there. So what do you got going on in the store?
We got a lot of stuff going on. The holidays are here. We've got our holiday shirts. If you got some great Christmas shirts, we've got, if you're celebrating Hanukkah light, we got Hanukkah late. We've got Hanukkah shirts. We're getting the Flow Grown line. We're getting that all in tomorrow. We've got more shirts than anything. Several designs on the Flow Grown coming in tomorrow. We've got, of course, lots of sales right now. Our 40% rack, over 300 items, different items, which is exciting. So tons of stuff going on. We got the player shirts. So one lady out there today, Elizabeth, she bought 6 player shirts. And so we have our player shirts, the Owl Blade shirts, the Xavier Restrepo, XR7s, Jalen Knighton shirt we have now, the new Rooster shirt, Mike Harley. So those 4 players that we have as NIL. So when you buy one of their shirts, you get 50%. You don't get 50%. The player gets 50%.
Okay.
So you buy the shirt for $30, it's $15 goes to the player.
How about that?
So
There
and
you
we're
go.
trying. So any other players out there that want to be part of this, we definitely are. Our goal there is to help them out and be a part of this whole NIL. We're gonna have some signings with some players as well. We've got a couple. We're gonna start doing player days where the players get like 25% of the sale while they're here doing a live, like a little telethon action. We're gonna be doing that as well. So as you all know, it's not about receiving; it's about giving this time of year.
Yeah, no, definitely,
So-
man. That is great stuff, dude. That's really smart.
Now,
That's
yeah, we're
I like
excited
that.
about that. So we want to give back Dolphin stuff. We got a lot of Dolphin stuff. We got old logo stuff. We got about 20
There you go,
different-
old logos.
20 different old logo shirts.
I bought a sweet hat. You guys seen my black hat I bought here with the sweet logo? Come on, man.
So we got
thing's
that.
amazing.
Now I know he started off slow. A lot of people didn't want him. I mean, but we got the Tua shirts, Tua jersey, and he is playing real good.
I'm a Tua guy.
A lot of people were down on him.
I'm not down on him.
I
wasn't down.
want to say, but there was
I'm
a
a Tua believer.
There was a guy after the game on one of the channels you watch the game said, you got to get rid of Tua, got to trade for Watson, got to break up the whole team, got to get rid of everybody. And last week he's like, you know what? Tua might be the guy. The defense is playing great. The first 3 draft picks are fantastic. And so people change their tune pretty quickly because everybody wanted to fire Flores.
You gotta have patience. I'm still not a Flores guy, but that's
You were a Flores guy when he first came in.
yeah, I was, but he's lost me.
He's lost even now. I mean, not that we've played anybody.
He can't hire an offensive coach.
That's a little bit
Can't
of a
get an
problem.
offensive coordinator. Can't get an O-line coach. Can't get a QB coach. He's made 7 changes there. You can't be a head coach if you can't hire. If you can't create a staff.
That's true.
That's my problem.
But is that again? It's his first time coaching. Look, Bill
But it's
Belichick.
3 years in.
I know Bill Belichick was fired after 3 or 4 at Cleveland. I mean,
No, it wasn't that long.
I thought it was 3 years at least for Bill Belichick.
Is it maybe
But
3?
But either way, it's your first head coaching job. I think you come in there, you think you know everything, you're going to change the world, but you can't argue, especially if we close this season out with the level of success he's had. I mean, think about if he had the coaches.
I get it. But that's my problem. If you don't get the coaches, we do the same crap again next year and another slow start, and then you're trying to climb out of that hole again. And it reminds me of the Panthers, the old Panthers.
Yeah, the old Panthers, exactly.
We'd always have a crappy ass start, and then we'd kill ourselves to just fall short at the end, right there and then. It's just not like these Panthers.
Not like these Panthers. And big old what we have in the store in the front. A ton of Panther stuff.
I know.
Canes, where a Miami fan was into the Panthers, so we're
Best team
excited.
in town,
Are
bro.
they exciting?
Best
I mean, we
team-
lost
best
that game
team in
last night
town.
over to absolutely
By miles.
By miles.
It's not even close.
Well, you've loved this ownership since they came on.
Yeah, no, this ownership knows that they won't. The problem was talent. You had to make the tough decision. This guy now, Zito, he's a beast, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap! Everything he adds is magic.
No, exactly, and and
Everything
the amount of
that
lines
guy
they
adds.
have, that Ekblad class. Who's that? Ekblad,
Yeah.
Reinhardt, and Bennett. And there's one. That's amazing that they got 3 out of the first 5 guys.
Yeah.
And this team just has line after line after line.
And Hubie took over while Barkov was out.
Absolutely.
And lost yesterday. Unfortunately, they ended up losing. But yeah, listen, out here at Caneswear, you want to get Panther gear, you want to get Dolphins gear, you want to get Heat gear, you want to get Inter Miami gear, you want to get Marlins gear, and of course, all that you want about the Canes. They got anything and everything with the Canes logo on it, pretty much. Okay.
And Big O, one last thing.
Yes.
If you're an Inter Miami fan and they just start up in February, 3 months away.
Yeah.
So get the white jersey or the 2000, the inaugural black jersey without the sponsor logo is 60% off.
Wow.
Yes. And if you want the sponsor logo, it's still 50% off. And we know there's not that many sponsor logos jerseys out there. So it's 50 and 60 off for white jerseys. All right. And also for adult white jersey, men and women. And also for the 2000 inaugural season jerseys.
So there you go. So if you're a soccer fan, you can come on out and get some Inter Miami gear. And remember, for those of you that are watching online, because I know a lot of you watch online, yes, you can order online. You go to caneswear.com. All orders over $99, you will get free shipping. And you guys ship right away.
Exactly. Jeff is just phenomenal. Grabs it. I just saw him grab 3 things at orders I heard go, and he's shipping already. Phenomenal.
Yes.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
So ship it right away. You'll get it right away. So you won't be waiting like 8 weeks, right? It's not stuck on some ship out in the ocean in a dock somewhere out there in Los Angeles. No. It's right here inside the store, and they'll ship it to you. Okay. So check it out at caneswear.com. They will take care of you. You are the best, Brad. I appreciate
Thank you, Big O. We love you, and we are like everybody else there, huge fans.
Thank you, my man. Appreciate you. There you go. The great Brett Gittleman, baby, getting it done here at Caneswear. All right. Let me see. By the way, did you guys see the guy that was a sick fan of Diana Rossini? Did you see that, Sean? You know who Diana Rossini is, right?
Yes.
All right. She does. By the way, I'm a huge Diana Rossini fan. I love her vibe. You know, I love how she has an incredible passion for covering the sport. You know what I mean? And I'm big on that because I know when somebody has passion for whatever they're doing, they're going to be good at it. And that's why I think a lot of times, you know, people have success, and a person like Diana Rossini is having success because she has great passion for what she does. And so apparently some guy got suspended on Twitter for this, right? He apparently is a huge Diana Rossini fan. So she was bombarded by an internet creep that sent her a pretty disgusting tweet about licking her feet. It was directly squarely at Diana Rossini. The person in question sent Rossini a disturbing tweet about being stepped on by her in a tiny cage and forced to lick her feet. The guy who sent the tweet, well, his account was quickly suspended following the disturbing feet comment. Here's the message received. It says, laughing my ass out loud. If I shrunk down to your foot, would you step on me or lock me in a tiny cage or force me to lick your feet? Her response, she says, I'm considering leaving Twitter. And there are weird people like that out there, man. I mean, I get it, to each his own, and, you know, Rex Ryan likes feet also, and, you know, he plays foot games with his wife and all that kind of stuff, and it turns him on, I guess, that her feet or whatever, and listen, man, whatever floats your boat, but it's kind of sick, man. It's kind of twisted, you know? It's like kind of gross to come off of it like that. Oh, man. How many of your fans have told you they want to lick your feet there, Sean?
Just Yoko.
So Josh, you know who Josh Jacobs is, the running back for the Raiders? He is now answering to the latest rumor in the sports world. So Antonio Cromartie, you remember him, the former NFL cornerback? Well, he is a father of 14 children with 8 different mothers. Okay? He even has 4 more kids after he had a vasectomy, according to seriously. I mean, that's some potent stuff.
He's an overachiever.
He is. His sperm has a mind of its own. Okay, I mean, seriously, it crawls out of his body and crawls into women's bodies. I mean, that's just. It has feet. It runs around. They have sneakers. They buy Nikes. You know, all that kind of stuff. So Josh Jacobs now has entered the conversation. According to an unconfirmed report, the Las Vegas Raiders running back has several children as well. Jacobs is one of the mascots. It's unwritten rule over here. So allegedly, Josh has 8 kids with 8 different women. Now, we've reported this before on his 3 kids that he was aware of, but there's more. We've reached out to Josh to get some answers, but no response. So we did a little digging of our own and found out his basketball roster, baby mothers. Now, these aren't in any specific orders, but these are the mothers of his kids. And they put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different women and their Twitter handles. And then another one named Janae, who doesn't have Instagram, but she has her first child with him, Braxton. So if you counted correctly, that's 8. Josh is at your 8. 8. Says on top of that, a baby is allegedly on the way. So at this point, I'm just going to go ahead and assume that Josh was trying to compete with Future. He is now winning the race. Congrats, Josh. 9 kids. The guy has 8 and a 9th on the way. You know you're broke, right, by then. I don't care what kind of money you're going to make in the NFL. Because remember, a lot of you say, well, you got a $10 million contract. Yeah. $4 million of that 10's already going to the government. You lost 40%. Now you're going to lose another couple percent to your agent, right? And now you've got 8 women that want to get paid. And, you know, these babies live lives like you and I never lived. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll tell you, well, you know, I need $20,000 a month for child support. I mean, give me a break, dude. You know, $20,000 a month. So now you think about it, you got 8 kids. Let's just say $20,000 a month. You do the math. All these guys end up broke. No matter how much money you can't have that many kids and have that many women out there. Dude, have you ever heard of a rubber? Like there's something called Trojan. Like it's a pretty good thing, actually. It kind of would help you, you know what I'm saying? No worries about diseases or anything either. Wow. 8 for 8. Well, at least he's consistent, right? Like, you know, every woman he meets, I can only have 1 kid with you. That's like we've reached the max. We got to move on. A one and done. Exactly. That's it. I'm with you there. All righty. Let me see if I have any questions out here. What do we have? And by the way, remember you can always make a donation to Cash App or Venmo Cash Big O Show. That is a Cash Big O Show as always. Let me just check everything here to make sure we are kosher overall. Let me check the text line at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. As always, you guys can always reach out to us there. Big O, how can Allen say the deep ball isn't a strength for Tua when he's never had an O-line or the weapons around him to accomplish that? Waddle and Gesicki can't do everything. They need help too. I'm with you, my brother. I don't ever understand any of that. He doesn't have the deep passing game in the offense because it doesn't allow him to do that, but it's not because he can't do that. So I am with you on that one. Oh, I don't know if you've ever looked it up, but Tua's first 16 games is a bit similar to Brady's since they are both considered dink and dunk early in their careers. Tua had a really good rookie year when it's all said and done. There was just a lot of overreaction on all of that. I'm with you, man. Let me see. What else do we have here? Big O, what's your take on Cosmos? Good coin, good blockchain, growing. That's a solid investment. I like Cosmos. It's got a lot. It's a growing ecosystem. Let's put it that way. So that's the good thing. What you want to see is blockchains that are continuing to add partners and businesses to being built. So that way, the DEX, the DApps, the NFTs, everything is working and generating revenue. You know what I'm saying? What you don't want is a blockchain that doesn't have a lot of partners, because then they are not going to be generating the same kind of business with smart contracts and everything else going on. Cosmos is one of those where they're not considered, you know, Solana, or they're not considered Binance or Crow or anything like, but they're that step under, and they are growing. So yes, Cosmos is a solid investment if you're making that investment. I don't have any Cosmos. You know, somebody asked me earlier about Decentraland and Sandbox, and love both. Now I've had Decentraland for a while now. I don't have any Sandbox. I did not get in on Sandbox, but that's not to say that it's not a great coin. Love Sandbox. I love Avalanche. I love Solana. There's a couple of other ones that I just didn't buy, but it doesn't mean Binance I love, but I didn't buy Binance, but it's a great coin. I'm not rich, man. I'm a working stiff. I can only invest a little bit of money in, a coin here, a coin there. I can't buy all the coins. I would love to buy all the coins I love, because then my portfolio, who knows? Maybe Sean and I are doing this show from some penthouse somewhere with an overview of some pretty cool, something like that. If I'm able to buy all the coins I want, because man, I tell you, I would hit it big. Big O, tell him to look at how many times Tua threw the ball deep at Alabama when he had an elite O-line. Yeah, I know that. I'm with you, brother. You're preaching to the choir. But again, I've noticed that the people that are still not convinced, I don't know what it's going to take them to get convinced about Tua. I have no idea. By the way, are you like all in on Tua, Sean? You a believer, right?
I'm a believer, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. No, I don't think I've really asked you if you really are a true believer of Tua and his abilities. Okay. All right. It's just one of those, man. And listen, time is already changing the opinions of many others. And hopefully some of you out there, it'll also continue to change. Hey, listen, the last thing we need is for him to fail. We really need for him to succeed, because you want to find your quarterback and move on. I'd rather find my quarterback and use all the draft picks that you have to continue to improve the team, not to go trade for another quarterback, and trade for a quarterback with a past that is shady as hell. By the way, I want to thank everybody that came by to hang out with us. As always, I thank Brett and all the great people out here at Canesworth for accommodating us. We started early today. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, as always. Clay is officially Cuban. You know that? I didn't know. Ferraro. So it must be like a Cuban name, right? There must be some background
They were
of
pronouncing
Cuban.
it wrong.
Yeah. I'm going to call Clay, and I can say this. I'm going to ask him if he owns a raft. So I'm just going to, I can say those kind of things. You can't. Some of you can't, but I can say those kind of things. I'm gonna mess with him because obviously he was like 20 minutes late, so that's he was on Cuban time, clearly, and as a Cuban I can say those kind of things again. Appreciate Clay, appreciate Ira, as always. We thank Alan Poupart for joining us. Sean Stanley, sir, you are an absolute stud. Appreciate you as always. Thank everybody out there that tuned in, sent in a text. You hit the like button, please smash the like button. It is very important that you smash the like button every time, whether you're listening on the podcast, whether you're watching live on YouTube. Before you leave right now, please smash the like button. I love you all. Thank you all for supporting us every single day. We will see you tomorrow at Hialeah Park, baby. That's right. It's Thursday. We're going to be at Hialeah Park. Friday, we're back in studio. And then we're off for the weekend. Sneak Attack 305 says, all these dips is like Christmas for crypto. I'm with you, bro. I have loaded up a more VeChain on that earlier dip with Cardano. I took a little bit of Cardano, some Star. I just got some Star Atlas in front of you guys because that thing's at 12 cents. That's going to bounce back up to 20 cents shortly. So you're going to make a 40% increase right away. With it. So I don't know, you can check it out for yourself there. So I agree with you, Sneak Attack 305. Some of these dips, you take advantage of them right now, man. I mean, even what's it called? Bitcoin going down to 49. That's, these are things you may never see again. Once there's that next parabolic move, I don't know if it ever goes down under 50 and 60,000 anymore in the future. And that's when people are going to say, damn, I should have bought it earlier. Then that's what ends up happening. Anyway, we will catch you guys tomorrow. Hialeah Park, 10 a.m. Come on by and say hi. We'll be in the second floor poker room, rocking and rolling. Joe Shad will join us at 11:30. We're working on a couple of other guests. We'll see you tomorrow, baby. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.